Pucking Perfect. Pucking Perfect. A Grumpy Sunshine Hockey Romance. Nadia Stormwood. Copyright 2026 Nadia Stormwood. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except for brief quotations in a book review. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. First edition, 2026. For everyone who ever fell and got back up. The only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, and join the dance. Alan Watts. Contents. Prologue. Chapter 1. The Project. Chapter 2. Rasputin. Chapter 3. Rules of Engagement. Chapter 4. The Bench. Chapter 5. Two Sugars. Chapter 6. Catalogue of Resistance. Chapter 7. Simone Says No. Chapter 8. Rasputin Has Opinions. Chapter 9. The Bet. Chapter 10. Midpoint, The Crack. Chapter 11. 14 Months. Chapter 12. Controlled Burns. Chapter 13. The Screenshot. Chapter 14. What She Carries. Chapter 15. All Is Lost. Chapter 16. Benched. Chapter 17. The Other Side of Joy. Chapter 18. First Line. Chapter 19. Pregame. Chapter 20. On the Ice. Chapter 21. Stay. Chapter 22. Accountability. Chapter 23. Without the Performance. Chapter 24. Break. Epilogue. 6 months later. Prologue. Knicks. The ice doesn't care who you used to be. That's why I come here at 2 a.m., when the rink is locked and the stands are dark and the only sound is my own blades cutting through something that was perfect before I touched it. I have a key because Coach Briggs pities me enough to look the other way. I have never thanked him for it. I don't plan to. I push off the boards and skate. Not drills. Not practice formations. Not the plays coach diagrams on the whiteboard every Tuesday while I sit at the end of the bench and pretend to take notes. Just skating. The way I did when I was 9 years old in a rink outside Volgograd with my mother watching through the glass, her breath fogging it up, her hand pressed flat against the pane like she was trying to reach through. I was good at 9. I was better at 19. At 21, I am technically on a college hockey roster, which is its own kind of joke. I do a full lap. The cold bites my jaw. I don't pull my collar up. I don't mind the biting. My shoulder feels fine. It has felt fine for 14 months. I keep waiting for that fact to mean something. It doesn't. I stop at center ice and look up at the stands. Row after row of empty seats, blue and gold, Hartwell's colors, the same colors on the jersey I wear every game while I watch other people play in it. The scoreboard is dark. The sponsor banners hang still. There's a half-eaten bag of popcorn 3 rows up that someone left from the last home game, and even that feels like evidence, like the building itself is trying to remind me that people were here, that this place was full and loud and alive, and now it's just me in the dark and the sound of my own breathing. Empty arenas are the only honest places left. No one performing. No one watching. No noise manufactured to fill the silence. Just the cold and the ice and the truth of a thing stripped down to what it actually is. I used to love this sport so much it scared me. I remember the exact moment I understood that. I was 17, regional finals, and we were down 2 with 4 minutes left and I had the puck and the whole rink was on its feet and instead of fear I felt calm. Like every cell in my body had been waiting for exactly this moment and had been ready all along. We won. I scored twice. My mother cried in the parking lot and pretended she hadn't. 3 years later, a defenseman from Ohio State hit me from the left side and I went into the boards wrong and my shoulder did something shoulders are not supposed to do. I heard it. I don't talk about the sound. The surgery was 8 hours. The recovery was 7 months. The team's medical staff cleared me for full play 14 months ago. I have played approximately 40 minutes of actual hockey since then. Not because my shoulder won't hold. I know it will hold. I've tested it in this rink at 2 a.m., pushed it as hard as I can push anything, waited for it to fail, and it doesn't fail. It's healed. The surgeon did his job. The problem is not my shoulder. I push off again. Pick up speed. The far end of the rink comes at me fast and I cut left hard, a move I've done 10,000 times, and my edges hold and my body knows exactly what to do, and for about 8 seconds I am not a benchwarmer. I am not the guy everyone stopped expecting things from. I am not the cautionary tale Dex's mom tells his little brother about what happens when you don't push through. For 8 seconds, I am just the ice and the speed and the thing I was before I decided to stop being it. Then I stop. I stand there in the dark at the far end of the rink, chest heaving, and I wait for the feeling to tell me something. To crack me open. To mean something. It doesn't. I skate to the boards. Pick up my bag. My headphones are in the front pocket, right where I left them, noise cancelling, over-ear, the kind that cost too much and are worth every dollar because they make the world small and manageable and quiet. I put them on. Press play. The music comes up and takes the place of the silence and I am, once again, exactly as unreachable as I intend to be. I take one more look at the rink before I hit the lights. Empty stands. Blue and gold. The Hartwell Falcons logo at center ice, faded from a season of use. The scoreboard dark. The popcorn bag still 3 rows up. Everything exactly as I left it. I flip the switch. The rink goes black. I walk out into the cold campus night and I don't look back, because looking back has never once done a single thing for me, and I have the headphones on anyway, and the music is loud enough that I can't hear anything except what I choose to let in. Which is nothing. That's the point. That's always been the point. Tomorrow, I will sit at the end of the bench. Blake Mercer will skate the first line in the jersey number that used to mean something. Coach Briggs will diagram plays I already know. And I will be, in every way that anyone can measure, exactly as invisible as I have decided to be. It's fine. I've decided it's fine. I've been deciding it's fine for 14 months, and if I keep deciding it with enough force, at some point it will probably be true. I am almost to the parking lot when my phone lights up in my bag. A notification from the Campus Bets app, some group chat trash I never joined but somehow ended up in because Dex thinks he's funny. I don't read those. I dismiss them the same way I dismiss most things, without ceremony, without hesitation, without a second thought. I dismiss this one. It comes back. I dismiss it again. My phone buzzes a third time. I pull it out. Look down. Hartwell Bets app, new post, okay, hear me out. Spirit Committee assignment preview just leaked. Someone tell me this is real. Attached, a photo of a clipboard. A typed list. Spirit Project assignments for the fall athletics push. My name is on it. And next to my name, in the column marked assigned cheer liaison, is another name. Joy Calloway. I stare at it for 4 seconds. I put my phone in my pocket. I walk to my car. I drive home. I do not think about it. I think about it the entire way home. End of chapter. 3 weeks later. The semester's end approaching. Normal life, library tables, team practices, Joy's sticky notes, still appearing, now wanted. Nix goes to his first PT appointment in 14 months, proactive, future-looking, for his own sake. His mother calls. He tells her everything, in English this time, for reasons he doesn't fully articulate. She cries a little. He pretends not to notice. She says, she sounds like trouble. He says, yes. Long pause. The best kind. He says, I think so. Campus Bets app, someone posts a final update. The original bet, who breaks first, is officially declared, both of them. Simultaneously. The judges award full points to the cheerleader for technical difficulty but acknowledge the benchwarmer's improvement trajectory. Refunds are available. Final scene, Joy and Nix at the campus cafe, the corner booth, the terrible coffee machine is still broken, neither acknowledges it. Joy is annotating something with the gold glitter pen. Nix is reading with the cover facing out this time. Joy notices. He notices her noticing. Progress, she says. He doesn't answer. But the corner of his mouth does something that Dex, across the cafe, immediately photographs and posts to the Bets app with the caption, "This is what winning looks like." Open book. Chapter 1. The Project. POV, Joy. His name was literally on the team roster as benchwarmer. Not his position. His name. Like someone in the athletic department had looked at this guy, looked at their keyboard, shrugged, and typed it in. Like the bureaucracy itself had given up on him before I even walked through the door. I should have taken that as a sign. I did not take that as a sign. Here's what I took as a sign instead, the fact that every single player in that pre-rally lineup was doing something normal. Stretching, talking, scrolling their phones, shoving each other the way guys on sports teams shove each other when they have too much energy and not enough sense. Normal things. Human things. Things that said I am a college athlete and I exist in this world and I am present in my body right now. Every player except one. He was at the end of the bench, the very last seat, the one closest to the exit, which I would later understand was not a coincidence. He had noise-canceling headphones on. Indoors. In a room full of people he was technically part of a team with. The headphones were big and black and the kind that cost enough to say I am serious about not hearing you. He was reading a book. The cover was facing inward against his knee so no one could see what it was. I stood in the doorway of the Hartwell Falcons locker room with my clipboard and my Spirit Committee assignment sheet and my gold and navy ribbons in my braids and I looked at every single player in that room and then I looked at him. I picked him. Joy. Simone's hand closed around my arm. Joy, no. Joy, yes, I said, and I was already walking. The Spirit Project was supposed to be straightforward. The athletic department's morale initiative had been running for 3 years. A cheer squad member gets assigned to a specific player or small group, checks in weekly, attends 2 practices, documents participation, submits a report at semester's end. The goal, according to the 2-page brief I'd read on the way over, was to build cross-team camaraderie and foster a culture of unified school spirit across athletic programs. I had been assigned the hockey team. Specifically, I had been given a list of 6 names and told to choose one as my primary focus. 5 of those names came with notes, responsive to encouragement, good team presence, enthusiastic. The 6th name had no notes. The 6th name just said, Vasiliev, N, benchwarmer. I had circled it in gold pen before I even got to the building. Simone had seen me circle it and said, "Why do you do this to yourself?" It was not a question. He didn't look up when I stopped in front of him. I waited. 3 seconds, 5, 8. He turned a page. Still didn't look up. The headphones were doing their job, his jaw was relaxed, his shoulders were down, his whole body had the posture of someone who had successfully convinced the universe he wasn't there. I tapped the top of one headphone with my pen. He looked up. His eyes were dark, not brown, something murkier than brown, like lake water before a storm. He looked at me the way you look at a car alarm going off outside your window at 3 a.m. Like, this is happening. I cannot stop this from happening. I am experiencing this. He pulled one headphone cup back. Just one. Left side. Hi, I said. I'm Joy Calloway. I'm your assigned spirit liaison from the cheer program. We're going to be working together this semester on the athletic department's morale initiative. I smiled. I have a good smile. It has opened a lot of doors. I'm really excited about it. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he looked back down at his book. Okay, he said. Okay, great, I said. So I'll need us to schedule a. That wasn't agreement, he said, still looking at the book. That was acknowledgement. I blinked. What's the difference? Agreement means I said yes. He turned a page. I said okay. Okay means I heard you. I did not say yes. Behind me, I heard Simone make a sound. I refused to turn around and find out what kind of sound it was. The assignment is mandatory, I said. It's in your athletic scholarship agreement. Page 4, Section 3, Participation in Campus Spirit Initiatives is a condition of. I know what's in my scholarship agreement. Then you know this isn't optional. He looked up again. Still just the one headphone pulled back. He was looking at me like he was trying to figure out what category I belonged in, like he had a filing system in his head and I wasn't fitting anywhere. You're serious, he said. I'm always serious about school spirit, I said. Something moved through his expression. Not quite a reaction. More like the shadow of one. Fine, he said. He put the headphone back over his ear. I didn't get your first name, I said, louder. He reached up without looking at me and pulled the headphone off his ear again with the energy of someone experiencing something deeply unfair. Nix, he said. Nix, I repeated. Is that short for something? No. Okay. Nix. I wrote it on my clipboard. And you know my name, so. I knew your name before you said it. I paused mid-write. How? He looked at me. Flat, direct, not unkind in a way that was somehow worse than unkind. You're very loud, he said. I thought about that the whole walk back across campus. Not offended, I've been called loud since I was 4 years old and I made peace with it around age 7. Loud is how I take up space. Loud is how I make sure the people around me know I'm glad to be there. Loud is not a flaw I'm interested in fixing. But the way he said it. Not like a complaint. Not like an insult. Like a fact he had simply recorded and filed away. Like he had been watching the world from behind that glass panel of his and at some point logged the entry, Joy Calloway. Loud. Present. Not dismissible. That last part one was reading into it. Probably. Simone caught up to me outside the athletic center. Her braids were pulled up, her practice bag over one shoulder, and she had the expression she wears when she's deciding whether to say the thing or let it go. She never lets it go. He didn't even take both headphones off, she said. I know. Joy. He read his book while you were talking. I know. He didn't ask your name. He already knew it. That's not. She stopped walking. I stopped too. She turned to me. That's not better. That's actually more concerning, because it means he noticed you enough to file you away but not enough to do a single thing about it. He's already categorized you as something he can ignore. Nobody ignores me for a full semester, I said. Simone looked at the sky briefly, the way she does when she's talking to God or the universe or whichever one is responsible for me. That's what I'm worried about, she said. I was back in my dorm room, ribbons out, shoes off, eating the leftover cold noodles from yesterday's dinner, when my phone buzzed with a Campus Bets app notification. I had the app because everyone had the app. It was Hartwell's unofficial anonymous forum, part gossip feed, part prediction market, completely unhinged, and technically not affiliated with the university even though at least 40% of the student body was on it. People bet dining dollars on everything from exam curves to which professors would cancel class to whether the groundskeeping guy would fix the broken fountain before homecoming. The notification said, new wager posted, category, Spirit Week drama. I clicked it. Cheer captain Joy Calloway has been assigned Nix Vasiliev, yes, that Nix Vasiliev, the guy who wore headphones to a team photo, for the Athletic Spirit Project. How long before she gives up? Place your bets. Current odds at time of post, 80-20. She folds within the week. 17 people had already bet against me. I stared at my phone for a long time. Then I opened my notes app and started a new document titled, NYX Vasiliev, Spirit Project Tracker. Day 1 entry, he pulled one headphone back. That's something. I put my phone down. Picked it back up. Opened the bets app again. 80-20ths. I looked at those numbers and felt something settle in my chest, not anger, not competitive fire, something quieter than both of those things. The specific feeling of knowing exactly who you are and what you are capable of, stacked against people who have already written you off before the clock even starts. I had been here before. Not with a rude hockey player. With other things. Bigger things. I knew how to stay. I closed the app. Finished my noodles. Set my alarm for 7 a.m. Tomorrow, I thought, I'll find out where he gets his coffee. End of Chapter 2. Rasputin. POV, Nix. I was not thinking about her. I want to be clear about that. I came home, dropped my bag by the door, fed Rasputin, opened the fridge, stared into it for 40 seconds without taking anything, closed it, sat on the couch, and did not think about Joy Calloway even one time. Rasputin looked at me from the kitchen floor. He is a gray cat with yellow eyes and the energy of a senator who has seen too much. He had the bowl of food I had just given him and he was not eating it. He was watching me. What? I said. He kept watching. I looked at the ceiling. The thing is, and this is not relevant, this is just a fact I am recording for accuracy, no one has sat in front of me and talked at full speed for that long in a while. Most people read my headphones correctly. Most people clock the body language, run the math, and redirect to someone more available. It's a system I have spent 2 years calibrating and it works on approximately everyone. She tapped my headphone with a pen. A pen. Like I was a jar she was checking to see if it was sealed. I got home, sat down, and started thinking about the pen. Specifically about the tap, the fact that she didn't wave a hand in my sightline or clear her throat or do any of the normal things people do when they want your attention. She just reached out and touched the one thing that is, functionally, a sign that says do not touch, and touched it like it was the most obvious solution in the world. I was not thinking about this. I was thinking about Rasputin's vet appointment next Thursday. Dex came out of his room at 9 holding a protein shake and the specific expression he gets when he knows something and is about to explode if he doesn't say it. How was the spirit meeting? He said. Fine. Fine as in nothing happened, or fine as in something happened and you're deciding how to file it. I looked at him. He was already smiling. Dex Moreau has been my roommate and, technically, my closest friend for 2 years, and he has the self-containment of a golden retriever in a room full of tennis balls. He cannot help himself. It's structural. Go back to your room, I said. He sat on the counter. She's something, right? Joy Calloway. She's loud. She's great, he said. She ran the whole freshman orientation last year. Like, personally, individually. Walked around with a clipboard and made sure every scared kid in that auditorium had someone to talk to. Did it for free, not for credit. He took a drink of his shake. She's not loud. She's present. There's a difference. Thank you for the character assessment of someone I spoke to for 4 minutes. 5 minutes, he said. Broderick timed it. I looked at him. On his phone, Dex said. He wasn't being weird, he was just, it was notable, okay. You kept one headphone off for almost 5 minutes. The last time you did that voluntarily was, he stopped. Had the decency to not finish that sentence. It was notable, he said again, quieter. I stood up and went to my room. She's going to come back, Dex called after me. I closed the door. My room is organized in a specific way that Dex finds unnerving and I find functional. Books on the shelf by subject, not by color or size. Desk clear except for whatever I'm currently working on. Nothing on the walls except one thing, a small printed photograph of the Volgograd rink where I learned to skate, tacked in the corner where I don't have to look at it directly unless I decide to. I don't look at it directly very often. I got into bed at 10:30, which is early even for me, and I lay there in the dark and I did not think about Joy Calloway and I was asleep by 11 and I slept fine and nothing about her was in my head. This is a lie. I was awake until 1:15 and she was in my head for most of it. Specifically the pen tap. Also the gold ribbons in her braids and the way she said I'm always serious about school spirit with total conviction, like it was not an absurd thing to say with a straight face to someone who had not removed both headphones. Also the way she wrote my name on her clipboard. Like she was writing something down she planned to use. I don't know why the detail sat with me. It just did. My alarm goes off at 6. I train before the team does, not official practice, just the weight room, solo, before anyone else is in the building. I like the weight room at 6 in the morning for the same reason I like the rink at 2 a.m. Nobody performing. Nobody watching. Just the work. I grabbed my gear bag from the hook by the door. There was a sticky note on it. Yellow. Small. Written in gold marker in handwriting that was neat and slightly too large for the available space, like the person writing it had more to say than the note could hold. Day 1. You didn't tell me to leave. Progress. J. Below the text, a small sun. Drawn in the same gold marker. 5 straight lines radiating from a circle, the kind a child draws, except deliberate. Intentional. She hadn't dashed it off. She'd taken the time to draw the rays evenly. I stood in the hallway and looked at it. Then I pulled it off the bag. Walked to the kitchen trash can. Dropped it in. Rasputin watched me from the counter. Don't, I said. He said nothing. He is a cat. Dex caught up to me outside the athletic center at 8 and fell into step beside me. He had a coffee in each hand and gave me one without asking, which is one of the few things he does that I have never found irritating. Did you see the bets app last night? He said. No. Someone posted a wager on your Spirit Project situation. I took a drink of the coffee. How much? 17 bets in overnight. 80-20 against her. I said nothing. Someone bet $20 on her, Dex said. Just one person. Anonymous. But 20 actual dollars, which means they know something the rest of the campus doesn't. Or they like bad odds, I said. Dex looked at me sideways. He has a very particular sideways look, not suspicious, more like he's recording information for later use. He is always recording information for later use. It's how he operates. It's why he's a better first-line center than me, and I have never once been able to be annoyed at him for it because he is entirely without ego about the whole thing. She's going to come back today, he said. You said that last night. Because it was true last night and it's still true. It's fine if she comes back, I said. The assignment is in my scholarship terms. I'll participate. Minimally. Whatever the minimum requirement is, I'll do exactly that and not one thing more. Dex nodded slowly. Absolutely, he said. Minimum participation. Totally. He drank his coffee. She's probably at your study table right now. I don't have a study table. The one in the library. 3rd floor. Window seat, 2nd from the left. You've been sitting there since freshman year. I stopped walking. How does she know about that table? Dex had the expression of a man who has already said too much and is deciding whether to commit. Dex. She might have asked me this morning, he said. She texted me. I don't know how she got my number. I think she got it from the team directory, the public one, the one on the athletics website, and she just texted me at 7:30 like that was a completely normal thing to do and asked if you had a usual spot, and he stopped. She has a very direct texting style. I panicked. I stared at him. She said please, he said. I turned and walked toward the library. She was at my table. She had a coffee, her own, a cup from the campus cafe with something written on it in marker, I didn't read what, and a notebook open in front of her, and she was writing in it when I came through the 3rd floor door. She looked up when she saw me. Did not look surprised. Did not perform innocence. Just looked up and nodded like I was a meeting she'd scheduled. I stopped at the table and looked at her. Then I looked at my usual seat, which she was not in. She had taken the seat across from it, leaving mine open. That was calculated. She knew exactly what she was doing. You found my table, I said. Dex is very helpful, she said. Dex is a problem I'm going to deal with later. Sit down, she said. I have 3 things I need to go over and then you can read your book in peace. She glanced at my bag. You did bring your book, right? The one with the cover facing in. I sat down. I did not know why I sat down. I told myself it was because it was my table. 3 things, I said. She opened her notebook to a page that had a numbered list on it. Neat handwriting. Gold pen. Of course it was a gold pen. 1, she said. Weekly check-in. 30 minutes, once a week, location negotiable. I need to document it so I'll take notes, but you don't have to say anything interesting, I just need the time to be real and logged. Fine. 2. 2 practice observations this semester. I sit in the stands, I watch, I write down whatever I write down. You don't have to acknowledge me. That one's also fine. 3. She paused. Looked at me directly. Tell me one thing you actually care about. Not hockey. Not class. Something real. Because I looked you up and the only things your student profile says about your interests are hockey, Dostoevsky, and long-form silence, and one of those is not a real interest, it's a coping mechanism. I looked at her. The silence one, she said, in case I needed clarification. The table was quiet. Around us the library hummed its library hum, keyboards, the distant sound of a printer, someone 3 tables over arguing with a textbook under their breath. That was 4 things, I said. You said 3. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Looked at her list. Her pen moved and she wrote something. I tilted slightly to read it. She had written, counts words. Pedantic. File under, using precision to avoid the actual question. I straightened back up. My cat, I said. She looked up. Rasputin, I said. Gray. 7 years old. Bad attitude. I pulled my coffee toward me. I care about my cat. Joy Calloway looked at me for a moment with an expression I couldn't catalog. Not triumphant. Something softer than that. Like she'd expected the door to be locked and it had opened an inch and she wasn't going to make a big thing of it. Okay, she said. She wrote it down. That's it, I said. That's your one thing. That's my one thing, she agreed. She closed her notebook. Picked up her coffee. Stood up. Same time Thursday, she said. I had already opened my book. Cover facing in. You know where the table is, I said. She walked away. I heard her boots on the library floor. I counted them, not on purpose, just the way my brain registers patterns. 12 steps to the stairwell door. The door opened and closed. I read the same paragraph 4 times and did not retain a single word of it. I got home at 4. Dropped my bag by the door. Rasputin appeared from the bedroom and sat in the middle of the floor and looked at me. I reached into the front pocket of my bag for my earbuds. My hand found something else. Small. Paper. The edge of it between 2 fingers. I pulled it out. Yellow sticky note. Gold Sun. Day 1. You didn't tell me to leave. Progress. J. I stood in my own hallway and stared at it. I had thrown this away. I had dropped it into the kitchen trash at 6:15 this morning. I had walked out the front door at 6:20 without looking back. I had no memory of picking it up. None. Not a flash, not a half-second of half-conscious retrieval. Nothing. It was in the trash and now it was in my pocket, and somewhere between those 2 facts there was a version of me who had made a decision I had not cleared with the rest of myself. Rasputin was still watching me from the middle of the floor. This doesn't mean anything, I told him. He walked to his food bowl. Sat down. Waited. I looked at the note one more time. Then I folded it once, carefully, and put it on the kitchen counter instead of back in the trash. Just because throwing it away twice in one day would be excessive. That was the only reason. I fed the cat. I did not think about it anymore. I thought about it for the rest of the night. End of Chapter 3. Rules of Engagement. POV, Joy. I have never once in my life backed down from a closed door. This is not a personality trait I developed. It's one I was born with. My mother used to say I came out of the womb already arguing with the doctor about the timeline. My father says I was the only kid in my kindergarten class who negotiated snack time. Simone says I am, and I'm quoting directly here, a lot, in the specific tone that means she loves me and is also slightly exhausted by me. The point is, Nix Vasiliev seeing me at his study table on Thursday morning and physically turning around and walking back toward the stairs was not going to work out the way he thought it was going to work out. I watched him stop at the top of the stairwell door. I watched him look at the table. Look at me. Look at the stairwell. I watched the exact moment he made his calculation and turned his body 180 degrees and took 2 full steps back toward the stairs. "Nix," I called. My voice carries. It always has. 3 rows of third-floor library heads came up at once. He stopped. The back of his neck did something, a tightening, a shift, the specific physical vocabulary of a person experiencing something they find deeply inconvenient. He stood there for a moment with his back to me and his hand on the stairwell door. Then he turned around. His jaw was working slightly, like he was chewing on a response and not finding one he liked. He walked back to the table. He did not sit down. He stood at the end of it, bag strap over one shoulder, and looked at me with the flat, patient expression of a man serving a sentence. "I was leaving," he said. "You arrived 40 seconds ago. I decided not to stay." "You decided that when you saw me?" "Yes." I appreciated the honesty. I told him so. He looked like the appreciation made things worse. 5 minutes, he said. He pulled out the chair across from me and sat down like someone lowering themselves into cold water, deliberate, committed, unhappy about it. "You have 5 minutes." "I'll take 3, I said. That got a reaction, small, involuntary, a fractional shift in his expression. Not quite suspicion. More like recalibration. I opened my notebook. He stared at it. "It's a notebook," I said. "I know what it is. You're looking at it like it's a weapon." "Everything can be a weapon," he said. "Context dependent." I wrote that down. He watched me write it down. Something moved through his expression that I would later identify as the beginning of a problem he hadn't budgeted for. "Okay," I said. "Spirit project requirements. 1 shared activity per week. Can be anything, coffee, a practice observation, a 5-minute check-in like this one. Low bar. I'm not asking you to attend a bonfire." "Good," he said. "I would not attend a bonfire." Noted. "I also need proof of participation for the semester report." He said nothing. Waiting. "A photo would work," I said. "Just us in the same frame, timestamp, nothing staged." 30 seconds. "No," he said. "Okay. A witness statement then. Someone who can confirm we met." "From who?" "From me." Silence. He looked at me across the table with those dark, lakewater eyes and the expression of someone who has just discovered a specific loophole in an argument and is deciding what to do with it. "That's not a witness," he said. "That's the prosecution." The laugh came out before I could decide anything about it. Not a polite laugh. Not the performance grade one I use when a joke is funny enough to acknowledge but not funny enough to actually move me. This one came up from somewhere lower, surprised and real and slightly too loud for the 3rd floor of a library, which made 2 people nearby look over, which made me press my hand over my mouth, which did not stop it. Nix looked at me. Not alarmed. Not pleased with himself, the way guys sometimes get when they make you laugh and they know it and they use it. He just looked at me. Like he was recording something. "Okay," I said, when I got it under control. "Fair. We'll figure out the documentation." I wrote something in the notebook. Second requirement, 2 practice observations, minimum. I sit in the stands, I watch, I don't bother you. You don't have to know I'm there. I'll know you're there. You don't have to acknowledge it. I won't. Perfect. I capped my pen. That's it. That's the whole thing. 1 check-in a week, 2 practices, end of semester report. You give me 30 total minutes of your life across 16 weeks and I leave the rest of it alone. He studied me. The same way he had on Tuesday, like I was a locked door and he was deciding whether it was worth finding out what was on the other side or whether the safer play was just to build a wall in front of it. "Why the hockey team?" he said. "The assignment. The committee assigns whole teams. Not individuals. You picked me specifically." He tilted his head slightly. "Why?" I had an answer for this. I had a good answer, the real answer, the one that had nothing to do with the official 2-page brief and everything to do with the specific feeling of seeing someone make themselves invisible in a room full of people and recognizing something in it. But I wasn't ready to hand him that yet. We were 3 days in. I had boundaries too. You were the most interesting option, I said. That's not an answer. It's the one you're getting today. His mouth moved. Not quite something. Almost something. 3 minutes is up, he said. I looked at my phone. It's been 6. He reached into his bag, pulled out his book, cover still facing in, and set it on the table. Then you owe me 3, he said, and opened to his page. I sat there for a moment, looking at the top of his head while he read. Then I turned to a clean page in my notebook and wrote, he stayed. File under, progress. I was halfway back across campus when it hit me. Not the argument, not the documentation standoff, not even the line about the prosecution, though I was still thinking about that one, the specific dry delivery of it, the way it had landed like it wasn't even trying to be funny. What hit me was the laugh. I stopped walking on the path between the library and the main quad, right in the middle of foot traffic, and stood there while people moved around me, and I thought, when was the last time I laughed like that? Not the cheer laugh. Not the hang out with friends laugh, the one where something is genuinely funny and I respond to it appropriately. I mean the other kind, the kind that comes up before you give it permission, the kind that is embarrassing because it's real, the kind that feels like something got loose in your chest for half a second without your consent. I went through the last few months in my head. Practice. Games. Dinner with Simone. Calls with my dad where I told him I was fine and he said good and neither of us said anything about the particular silence that lived in our conversations now. I came up empty. Not because nothing had been funny. Things had been funny. I had laughed at things. I laugh easily, I always have, it's one of the features people mention about me. But that laugh in the library, the one I pressed my hand over, that one I couldn't manufacture if I tried. I hadn't made a decision about it. It just happened. I couldn't remember the last time something like that had just happened. I stood on the quad path for another second, holding that thought carefully, looking at it from the outside like it belonged to someone else. Then I made myself move. Pulled out my phone. Sent Simone a voice note, he called himself the prosecution. I laughed. It was involuntary. Don't say anything. Simone replied in 4 seconds, a single voice note. Her inhale. Then, joy. Just my name. That specific tone. I know, I typed back. I put my phone away and walked faster, like I could leave the feeling behind if I moved quickly enough. I couldn't. It followed me all the way home. End of Chapter 4. The Bench. POV, Nix. I knew she was in the stands before I saw her. That is not a romantic thing. It's a sensory thing. The Hartwell Falcons practice rink holds about 300 people when it's full. On a Tuesday afternoon practice session it holds approximately 0, because nobody comes to watch drills except scouts and parents and the occasional sports journalism student angling for a feature piece. The stands are empty. The air has a specific quality when the stands are empty, flat, still, contained. Today the air had a different quality. I didn't look up. I was not going to look up. I laced my skates at the far end of the bench and kept my eyes down and did not give her the satisfaction of acknowledging that I knew she was there. The ice gave me something to do. That's why I don't hate practice, not the team drills, not Coach Briggs diagramming plays I already have memorized from years of watching them run without me, but the ice itself. The way it takes your weight and gives you nothing back. The way it rewards exactly as much as you put in and nothing more. I can be bad at a lot of things. I cannot be bad at reading ice. I know where the soft spots are in this particular rink. I know which corners run fast and which run slow. I know that the left circle has a patch that was repaired 2 seasons ago and skates slightly different now. These are facts I have accumulated over 2 years of sitting on the bench watching other people use ice I could read better than they could. I sat at the end of the bench and watched Blake Mercer take the first line center position and skate it like he owned it, and I kept my arms crossed and my face where it needed to be, and I did not look up at the stands. Blake is good. I want to be clear about that because it matters. It would be easy and dishonest to pretend he isn't. He reads plays quickly. He's fast in transition. Coach Briggs put him in my position because he was the right call at the time and both Blake and I know it. What Blake also is, a specific kind of person who knows when he has something someone else wants. And he wears that knowledge the way some people wear a good jacket, not loudly, not obviously, but in a way that is always present and always deliberate. A half-second too long holding the puck before a pass. An unnecessary extra edge on a turn that didn't need it. Small things. The kind that don't show up on tape but that every person on the ice feels in their body. I felt them today the way I felt them every practice. In the shoulders, mostly. Old neighborhood. Vasiliev. Coach Briggs stopped at the end of the bench. He didn't look at me, just spoke toward the ice, his clipboard angled. "You're doing the perimeter drill next set." "Sure," I said. He moved on. That was the whole interaction. Coach Briggs is not a man who wastes language. He has said more to me in those 2 words, "You're doing the drill," than most people understand. It means, I haven't written you off. It means, I am still, for reasons I am losing patience with, waiting. It means, I am asking you to exist in this space like you belong in it instead of like a piece of furniture someone left behind. I do the perimeter drill. I do it well. I do it with the specific mechanical precision of someone who has turned off the part of themselves that cares whether they're doing it well and is just executing movement sequences. It's fine. It gets done. Nobody applauds this. Nobody should. I go back to the bench. I look up at the stands. She's in the 3rd row, right side, with a notebook open on her knee. Not watching me specifically, or at least not that I can see. She's looking at the whole ice surface in the alert, cataloging way she looks at everything, like she's taking inventory. Her gold pen is moving. She has a coffee cup beside her on the seat and her coat is pulled up around her shoulders against the rink cold. She doesn't look at me. Our eyes don't meet. She doesn't wave. She just stays. I look back at the ice. Practice runs another 40 minutes. I do what I'm asked and nothing more. Blake finishes a particularly clean breakaway drill and the team reacts the way teams react when someone does something right, short, sharp, collective approval, and I watch this from the bench and feel the specific texture of a feeling I have no interest in naming. The buzzer sounds. Practice ends. Players peel off toward the locker room in groups, the noise level rising as the ice clears. I stay on the bench. I always stay on the bench until the last of them are gone, because the 30 seconds of empty rink before I go in is worth whatever it costs me to sit here longer. The stand's empty too. I hear the shuffle and stomp of someone on the risers. I don't look. The rink goes quiet. I finally get up and head for the locker room. The locker room after practice has a specific atmosphere that takes about 20 minutes to wind down from: hot, loud, equipment smell, guys talking at full volume about things that have nothing to do with hockey. I shower, change, take longer than I need to because taking longer means the room is mostly cleared by the time I'm done, which is the point. I came out of the locker room at 6:14 into a corridor that should have been empty. She was sitting on the floor outside the door with her back against the wall and her notebook on her knees and her pen moving. She looked up when the door opened. "Hey," she said. I looked at her. Then at the corridor. Then back at her. "You waited," I said. "Yes." "Why?" She closed the notebook. Stood up, one smooth move, like she'd been ready to do it for a while. She was shorter than me by enough that she had to tilt her head up slightly when she looked at me directly. She did it without hesitation. "Because," she said, "you always look like you're the last person at a party you didn't want to attend." I said nothing. "And I know what that feels like," she said. The corridor was quiet. The sound from the rink had gone. Somewhere deeper in the building a door closed, a clean, final sound. Just the two of us standing in the blue-white light of an athletic corridor that smelled like rubber and cold air, and this girl looking at me like she had said the truest thing and was waiting to see what I'd do with it. I didn't know what she meant by it yet. I didn't know what 18 months of held breath and a smile worn like a uniform looked like from the outside. I just knew that the specific thing she said, the last person at a party you didn't want to attend, landed in a place that was not the place I expected it to land. I didn't say anything about this. I picked up my bag. Walked past her. I got 3 steps. I stopped. I don't know what I was doing. I can tell you what I said because I have clear recall of the words. The reasoning behind why I said them is less available to me. "Coffee," I said. Black, 2 sugars. 15 minutes. I was already walking toward the exit. Behind me, silence. Then the sound of her catching up, not running, not scrambling, just a quick adjustment of pace. And underneath the footsteps, so quiet I almost didn't catch it, I heard her exhale. Not relief. Not triumph. Just breath. Like she'd been holding it, and finally didn't have to. I didn't turn around. I kept walking. I was almost to the cafe door when my phone buzzed. Dex. A screenshot of the Bets app. One line of text beneath it, bro. The screenshot showed the current odds on the Spirit Project wager. 50/50ths. They had moved from 80-20 to 50-50 in 72 hours. I stared at the numbers in the light of my phone screen, standing outside the campus cafe at 6:17 on a Tuesday with the cold air hitting my wet hair, and I thought about the fact that some portion of this campus had watched 3 days of 5-minute library conversations and 1 practice observation and recalculated the probability of their outcome. The door to the cafe opened from the inside. Warm light and the smell of burnt espresso came out with it. Joy Calloway held the door open and looked at me. "You stopped outside," she said. "You okay?" I put my phone in my pocket. "Fine," I said. I went inside. End of Chapter 5. 2 sugars. POV, Joy. The coffee machine was broken. Not broken like sorry, we're running slow broken. Broken like there is tape on the side of this machine and the guy behind the counter has the expression of someone who has made peace with circumstances outside his control. The espresso came out thin and slightly acidic and neither of us said a single word about it. Nix wrapped both hands around his cup and looked at it for a moment, like he was deciding whether to acknowledge what it was or accept it for what it was pretending to be. Then he drank it. So I drank mine. We were 2 adults drinking bad coffee in the corner booth of the campus cafe and we were going to be fine about it. The corner booth was his idea, he moved directly to it when we walked in, no skin of the room, no deliberation. Like he already knew which seat in every room was the one with the best sight lines and the most wall behind it. I filed that away and didn't comment on it. I also filed away the fact that he had said coffee, black, 2 sugars and that was exactly what he was drinking. He had given me his order, specifically, before I even knew we were going for coffee. I thought about that while I took my coat off. I thought about it the way you think about something you don't want to look at too directly. For the first 10 minutes, we didn't say much. This should have been uncomfortable. I am not a person who tolerates silence easily, not because it makes me anxious, but because silence has always felt like something I needed to fill, like an empty seat at a table that needed a person in it. I fill silence on instinct. It's reflex. But there was something about the quality of Nix's silence that was different. It wasn't the silence of someone waiting to be talked to, or the silence of someone who had run out of things to say. It was the silence of someone who had decided that talking required a reason, and was simply waiting for one to materialize. So I waited too. I looked at the cafe. The other tables, the board with the daily specials written in chalk, the broken espresso machine behind the counter with its piece of tape. Outside the window, the campus walkway, students passing in coats and backpacks, the sky going the early dark it went in October, orange at the edges and blue-black at the center. "Why does it matter to you?" Nix said. I looked back. He was watching me with those flat, careful eyes and his coffee cup halfway raised. "The project," he said. "Why does it matter to you?" "Not the assignment. You chose me. It's a voluntary choice within a mandatory framework. So why?" I had the answer. I always have answers ready. One of the things about being a person who fills silence is you get very good at having things to say. I reached for the right one. "The Spirit Initiative matters to the athletic department," I said, "and team morale is genuinely correlated with performance outcomes. There's actual research on it. The cheer program's relationship with the team affects how the whole athletics community is perceived on campus, so." "That's the answer you give at meetings," he said. The way he said it was not cruel. It was not even pointed, exactly. It was just accurate. Said the way you state a fact you have verified and are not interested in debating. I stopped. He set his coffee cup down. He was looking at me the way he looked at his book, with total attention, like the page wasn't going anywhere and neither was he and there was no reason to skim. What's the real one? He said. The booth felt smaller than it had 2 minutes ago. Not in a bad way, in the way that happens when a conversation gets specific and the rest of the world steps back from it slightly. The cafe noise was still there. The broken machine. The chalkboard. All of it was still there. I opened my mouth. I closed it. For a moment, one very specific moment, I felt the real answer right there at the back of my throat. The one about grief, recognizing grief. The one about choosing him because I saw something in him I recognized and didn't know how to name yet. The one about 18 months of performing okay and the particular tiredness of it. Then I did what I had done every day for 18 months. I redirected. Not frantically, smoothly, the way you take a turn you know is coming. Honestly. I said. You were the most interesting option. The rest of the list had notes about being enthusiastic and responsive to encouragement, and you had nothing. Just your name and bench warmer. And I thought, that's a person. Not a bullet point. So I picked you. I smiled when I said it. Not the full performance smile, the smaller, more real one. The one I use when I want someone to believe I've given them the truth without having to decide yet how much of it to actually hand over. Nix looked at me for a long moment. Okay, he said. Okay. You deflected, he said. You did it cleanly, so I'll let it go. This time. I looked at him. You noticed. I notice most things, he said. Like it was simply true and not something to be particularly proud of. We drank our bad coffee. The 30 minutes went the way I hadn't expected them to go. Not a date, there was nothing of that quality to it, nothing that felt like performance or evaluation or the specific low-grade anxiety of being looked at by someone you're supposed to impress. Not an interview. He asked one question and then stopped, and the conversation that developed after wasn't me extracting information and him resisting. It was more like two people sitting in the same weather. Being rained on together and neither making a fuss about it. He told me, voluntarily, which I noted, that Rasputin had started sleeping on his textbooks as a form of academic protest. I told him that sounded like a cat with principles. He said Rasputin had no principles, just preferences, which he enforced without mercy. I asked what the textbooks were. He said Russian literature, which he was auditing for no credit because the translation in the assigned version was bad and the professor didn't know enough to be embarrassed about it. So you're auditing a class, I said, to be annoyed at it. To be accurately annoyed at it, he said. There's a difference. Is there? Uninformed annoyance is just noise, he said. Informed annoyance is critique. I wrote that down in my notebook. He saw me write it and said nothing, but something in the set of his mouth shifted, and I thought, he doesn't hate the notebook. He hates what the notebook represents, which is evidence that someone is paying attention to him. Those are not the same thing. At 22 minutes, I know because I checked, I was tracking without meaning to. He asked why I had cheer ribbons in my braids on a day that wasn't a game day or a practice day. I said I liked them. He looked at them for a moment. The gold ones, specifically. They're the same color as your pen, he said. I know, I said. He looked at them one more second. Looked away. Drank his coffee. It was a small thing. It was such a small thing. But he had noticed, and had said he noticed, and I was a person who had been surrounded by people for 18 months and I couldn't remember the last time someone had noticed something that small about me and named it without a reason. I did not write that down. At 28 minutes he started putting on his jacket. It's been a while, he said. Not unkindly. 32 minutes, I said. 32 is a while. You're still here. He paused with one arm in his jacket. Looked at me. Then finished putting it on. Same time next week, he said. It wasn't a question. That was the most important part, it wasn't a question. I'll be at the table, I said. He stood. Picked up his coffee cup. Looked at it one more time with the expression of a man accepting a situation with dignity. You should complain to the cafe about the machine, he said. I might. You won't, he said. You'll come back next week and drink the same bad coffee and not say anything about it because you don't want to make it difficult for the guy behind the counter. I stared at him. That's a specific thing to know about someone you've spoken to for 32 minutes, I said. He looked at me for exactly 1 beat. 2. The longer he held it, the more it felt like he was deciding something. Then he turned and walked out. I sat alone in the corner booth with my terrible coffee and watched him through the window, tall, unhurried, headphones going back on before he'd even cleared the door, and I tried to figure out how a person I had sat across from for half an hour had seen through me faster than people who had known me for years. Not aggressively. Not cruelly. Just looked, and seen, and said so. I didn't know what to do with that. My phone lit up on the table. I looked down at the screen. Dad, call back. I looked at it. My father's name in my phone has said call back since October of last year, when I added the reminder the 3rd time I missed one of his calls. It says it now because we are 2 people who love each other and cannot figure out how to talk anymore without the shape of something missing being the only shape in the room. The phone buzzed again. 2nd ring. I watched his name light up the screen. Watched the light pulse once, twice, 3 times. I picked up my coffee. Drank the last of it. Cold now, and thin, and still bad. The phone went dark. Missed call. I sat in the corner booth for a while longer. Alone. The cafe noise around me and the broken machine behind the counter and the chalk menu on the board and the window showing the campus going dark outside. He saw through me in 22 minutes, I thought. That's faster than anyone in a year and a half. I wasn't sure if that scared me or if it was the least scared I'd felt in the same amount of time. Maybe both. Maybe that was the point. End of Chapter 6. Catalog of Resistance. POV, Nix. I want to be documented as having tried. That's the first thing. Before I tell you how it went, I want it on record that I employed multiple reasonable strategies over the course of 1 week and that their collective failure was not due to any lack of effort on my part. I was systematic. I was consistent. I was, by any objective measure, committed to the outcome. The outcome did not cooperate. Monday. The Spirit Committee sent their welcome packet. 12 pages. A PDF attached to an email with the subject line, Hartwell Falcon Spirit Initiative, your personalized engagement plan. 3 exclamation points. I counted. I marked it as spam. It arrived in my inbox again 6 minutes later from a different email address. I marked that as spam. A paper copy appeared in my campus mailbox by end of day. It had a sticky note on the front in gold marker, in case the email had issues, smiley face, J. The smiley face had a small circle for a head and 2 dots for eyes and a curve for a mouth, and it was, objectively, the most aggressively cheerful 4-stroke drawing I had ever seen in my life. I put the packet in my bag so it didn't sit in the mailbox looking at me. I did not read it. I read 12 pages of it before I fell asleep. Tuesday. Practice. Locker room before. I went to my locker and there was a yellow sticky note on it. Good luck today, the ice is lucky to have you. J. I peeled it off. Held it for a moment. Put it in my jacket pocket so it didn't end up as litter on the locker room floor. I found 3 more on the locker by Thursday. They are all in my jacket pocket. I have not examined why. Wednesday. The team breakfast. Optional. Monthly. The kind of thing where the athletic department provides food and attendance is technically voluntary and actually socially mandatory, and everyone knows both of these things without discussing them. I sat at the far end of the long table, which is where I always sit, which Joy Calloway should have known since she had already demonstrated a talent for collecting data about my habits from sources I hadn't authorized. She came in with Dex, of course with Dex who had the self-preservation instincts of a golden retriever in traffic, and scanned the table and sat down next to me. I picked up my plate and moved 1 seat to the left. She picked up her coffee and moved 1 seat to the left. I looked at her. She looked back. Completely calm. Like she was sitting at a table she had reserved in advance and I was the one who had arrived unexpectedly. I moved 1 more seat. She moved 1 more seat. Are you doing this indefinitely? I said. Are you? She said. We were now 3 seats from where we started, and the guy on my left, a sophomore defenseman named Trent who had done nothing to deserve any of this, was watching us with the focused attention of someone who had just realized he was sitting inside a social experiment. I faced forward. Ate my eggs. Stared at the wall. She ate her toast. Said nothing. Didn't perform satisfaction, didn't make it a moment, just sat there being present the way she always sat there being present, which was somehow the most difficult version of it. It was the longest breakfast of my life. Not because anything happened. Because nothing happened and it still felt like something was happening and I couldn't account for the gap between those two facts. Thursday. Library. 3rd floor. My table. She was already there, she is always already there. I don't know when she arrives. I have begun to suspect she sleeps in the building, with her notebook and her gold pen and the coffee that was still coming out terrible because the machine had not been fixed. We sat for our weekly 30 minutes. She told me about a cheer routine she was building for the home opener. Described it the way you describe architecture, the structure of it, how the weight was distributed, what made it hold. I did not know enough about cheer to evaluate it technically, but I understood the logic of it. Load-bearing elements. Risk distribution. The math of how you keep something complicated from coming apart. I said, why that formation for the opening sequence? The weight is front-loaded. She looked at me like I had said something unexpected. The crowd is front-loaded, she said. That's where they're looking first. You build toward them before you turn inward. I thought about this. That's sound, I said. She wrote something in her notebook. What did you write? I said. That you gave me a note on my choreography, she said, and it was good. That's not, I stopped. I wasn't giving a note. I was asking a question. The question had a note inside it, she said. That counts. I drank my terrible coffee and did not respond. Friday. I got home and Dex was on the couch eating cereal for dinner, which he does when he's avoiding something, and he looked at me with the expression that meant he had been waiting. Don't, I said. I haven't said anything. You're preloading something, I said. I can see it. He ate a spoonful of cereal. How was the week? Fine. How's the Spirit Project? She is a menace, I said. She is a systematic, deliberate, relentless menace and she has the infrastructure of a small organization. The email backup system alone, she has contingency plans for her contingency plans, Dex. That's not a cheerleader running a school project. That's a special operations situation. Dex was smiling at his cereal. What? I said. Nothing, he said. You've just been talking for a while. I'm describing a problem. You've been describing it for 11 minutes, he said. I timed it. He pointed at his phone on the cushion beside him. I started the clock when you walked in. I looked at the phone. Looked at him. And, he said, with the absolute ease of a man who knows he has already won, you used her first name 4 times. I used her name because she has a name. Nix. That's how names work. You use them to refer to. 4 times, he said. Joy. Joy's email. Joy's sticky notes. Joy moved her seat. 4 times. Not she. Not the cheerleader. Joy. I went to my room. I closed the door. I sat on the edge of my bed and stared at the floor and thought about the specific and deeply irritating fact that Dex Moreau had been my closest friend for 2 years and in those 2 years I had never once successfully argued with him about anything that concerned me directly. From the living room, she's good for you, you know. Go to bed, Dex. It's 7:15. Go to bed early. The sound of cereal. Then, 4 times, man. Saturday practice. I was the last one off the ice. This is normal. I stay until the Zamboni comes out and sometimes after that too, and nobody says anything about it because nobody is paying enough attention to the benchwarmers' schedule to find it notable. I was unlacing my skates on the bench when Blake sat down 2 spaces over. He didn't look at me immediately. He had his own skates off and was rolling his shoulders the way you do when practice was hard and your muscles are registering the information. I kept unlacing. Waited for whatever was coming because something was always coming with Blake, it was just a matter of when he decided to spend it. Saw your cheerleader in the stands again, he said. She's not mine, I said. She's been at every practice this week. He said it like a calendar fact. Neutral, informational. People are noticing. People can notice, I said. It's a school project. It's documented with the athletic department. Sure. He picked up his water bottle. Cute that she thinks she can fix you. He took a drink. Does she know about the... I stood up. I picked up my gear bag. I walked to the exit. I did not run. I did not respond. I moved at a completely normal pace with my face in the exact configuration I use when I needed to report nothing at all, and I went through the door and down the corridor and out into the parking lot, and I stood in the cold air and I noticed, distantly, that my hands were shaking. Not from anger. I know what anger feels like. Anger is hot and it rises and it wants an outlet. This was something else. Something older. Something that lived in the space between what I'd had and what I'd done with it, in the specific word he'd been about to say before I took the word away from him by leaving. I stood in the parking lot until my hands stopped. Then I got in my car. I drove home. I did not think about what he was going to say. I thought about it the entire way home. End of Chapter 7. Simone says no. POV, Joy. Simone has a tell. When she's about to say something real, not friend talk, not casual, but the specific kind of real that means she's been watching and waiting and has finally decided I need to hear it, she orders extra dumplings. Not for herself. She puts them on the table between us and she doesn't touch them until after she says the thing, like she needs the food there as a buffer. Like the dumplings are a peace offering she's placing in advance. She ordered extra dumplings. I looked at them when the delivery bag hit the table. Looked at Simone. She was already unwrapping her chopsticks with the focused attention of a woman who had rehearsed an opening line. Okay, I said. I haven't said anything, she said. You ordered 12 dumplings, I said. You're saying something. We ate for a while first. That's also part of it, she doesn't lead with the thing, she approaches it, the way you approach something hot. We talked about practice, the home opener routine, the sophomore who had finally nailed her back tuck after 3 weeks of blocking on it. Normal things. The fabric of a Tuesday that had nothing complicated in it. Then Simone put down her chopsticks. Tell me about your week, she said. I just did, I said. Tell me about your week, she said. The emphasis was gentle but specific. I knew what she meant. I ate a dumpling and thought about whether I wanted to have this conversation or whether I could redirect it. I looked at Simone's face and understood, immediately, that there was no redirecting it. Simone had known me since we were 16 years old at a summer cheer clinic, and she had been watching me longer and more carefully than almost anyone, and the thing about people who watch you carefully for years is that eventually their watch gets so well calibrated they can tell the difference between your real face and the one you're wearing over it. It's good, I said. The project is going well. I think he's starting to actually engage. He's not hostile anymore, he's just guarded. But there's progress. I know, Simone said. That's not what I'm asking about. Sim. You glow when you talk about him, she said. I stopped. You don't notice it, she said, not unkind, just straight. That's why I'm telling you. I've been watching you talk about this project for 2 weeks, and every time you bring him up your whole face does something different. Not the cheerleader face. Not the everything's fine face. She picked up her chopsticks. Set them down again. The real one. The one I haven't seen in a while. The room felt very still. Outside our dorm window the campus went on doing what it did, voices somewhere below, a bike bell, the distant thump of music from a floor above. Normal Tuesday sounds. Nothing that required me to respond to what Simone had just put on the table between us. I'm just invested in the project, I said. Joy. He's interesting. He's difficult and interesting, and I think there's something under the whole closed-off thing it's worth finding. That's all. That's all, Simone repeated. Yes. She looked at me. She has dark eyes, Simone, and she uses them the way she uses most things, efficiently, without waste. When she looks at you like that you feel located. Precisely and undeniably placed. I know what you're doing, she said. You think if you pour everything into this boy, you don't have to pour it into yourself. The words landed clean and flat, like a stone dropped in still water. I kept my face where it was. I kept my chopsticks in my hand. I maintained the architecture of a person who had just heard something that was interesting but not, specifically, devastating. That's a lot of meaning to read into a school project, I said. It's not the project, she said. It's the why of it. You've been running at full speed for 18 months, Joy. You haven't stopped. You haven't let anything slow you down, and you haven't let anyone close enough to slow you down, and now you've found this person who is visibly, obviously in some kind of pain, and you've locked onto him like a heat-seeking missile, and she stopped. Breathed. Started again, quieter. I need you to ask yourself whether you're trying to help him or whether you're trying to feel like you can help someone. Because those are different things. The dumpling sat between us, untouched by her, half gone by me. I didn't say anything for a moment. Then I said, "You're overthinking it." Simone nodded. She picked up her chopsticks. Ate a dumpling. The conversation moved back to the surface. She let me let it go. That's the other thing about Simone, she says the thing once, fully, without softening it, and then she doesn't repeat it. She plants it and steps back. Knows me well enough to know that repeating it would make me argue instead of actually hear it. I heard it. I just didn't know what to do with it yet. I went to bed at 10:30 and lay awake looking at the ceiling with my hands folded on my stomach like I was cataloging everything I owned. I thought about what she said. The "you don't have to pour it into yourself" part. The thing was, and I knew this, I had always known this, I had been in weekly sessions with Dr. Park for a full semester and she had circled this same territory more than once. The thing was that pouring outward was easy. It had always been easy. I was built for it. Generosity costs me nothing. Warmth costs me nothing. Showing up for people and making them feel seen and wanted and not alone, that has never been the hard thing. The hard thing is the direction of the pour when it turns inward. When there's nobody to fix, nobody to cheer for, nobody's blank expression to work on until it shows something, when it's just me in a room with the actual contents of the last year and a half, that's when the whole system breaks down. That's when I find reasons to be somewhere else, doing something useful, filling another silence I didn't create. Nix was the best reason I'd found in a while. That wasn't the same thing as it being wrong. I closed my eyes. Opened them. Watched the ceiling. From the other bed I heard Simone's breathing go slow and even. She fell asleep fast, always had, a skill I had envied since the first overnight at her house when we were 16 and I lay awake for 2 hours while she was out within 10 minutes. I picked up my phone. Put it down. Picked it up again. Opened the Bets app. Current odds had moved again, 43 to 57 in Joy's favor. I stared at that for a moment, the fact that a majority of my anonymous campus thought I was going to pull this off, and felt something complicated about it that I couldn't fully separate into its parts. I put the phone face down on my nightstand. I stared at the ceiling. You think if you pour everything into this boy, you don't have to pour it into yourself. I fell asleep around midnight, which was 2 hours later than I'd planned, and my last thought before I did was not about Nix at all. It was about my mother's kitchen on a Sunday morning, the specific way the light came through the window over the sink, the sound of a radio she always had on too low to hear the words of. The ceiling went away. Across the room, at some point while I was already under, Simone's phone lit up. I didn't see it. I was asleep. What I know about what happened next I found out later, pieced together from Simone's careful version of events and Dex's considerably less careful one. Simone, apparently, had been lying awake with the same kind of ceiling-watching energy I'd had, but for different reasons. And at whatever hour it was, she picked up her phone and pulled up a contact she had not yet put in the part of her contacts list she used regularly, and she typed. "Hey. It's Simone. Joy's roommate. Can I ask you something about Vasiliev?" Dex replied in 4 minutes. 4 minutes at whatever it was, past midnight, which meant he was either awake or slept with his phone loud enough to pull him out of it. "Yeah, sure, what's up?" What followed, according to both their accounts, was a text exchange that started as logistics and escalated. Simone asked about Nix. Dex answered. Thoroughly. In detail. With context and subtext and the specific verbal generosity of a person who had been waiting for someone to ask and was not, under any interpretation of events, capable of giving a short answer. 3 texts in, according to Simone, she went very still. She typed, "She doesn't know about the injury, does she?" Dex's reply came back fast. "No." One word. The period made it heavier. Simone put her phone down. On the other side of the room, I was sleeping. Completely unaware. Dreaming about nothing, or about Sunday kitchens, or about whatever the inside of a sleeping mind finds worth spending time on. I didn't know yet. The ceiling knew. The dark room knew. Simone, lying awake in the other bed with her phone face down on her chest, knew. I was the last one to know. I always am. End of Chapter 8. Rasputin has opinions. POV, Nix. I want it understood that I did not invite her. I need that to be the first sentence, because everything that follows becomes a different story if you think I opened the door to this voluntarily. I did not. I opened the door to what I assumed was Dex returning from the vending machine with whatever sodium-loaded thing he decided counted as dinner, and instead I found Joy Calloway standing in my hallway holding Dex's spare key with the expression of someone who has just realized that the plan that seemed reasonable 20 minutes ago is perhaps slightly harder to justify in person. She looked at the key in her hand. She looked at me. "The building's heat is out," she said. "In my section. Dex invited everyone on the floor to come here until maintenance fixes it." A pause. "He said you wouldn't mind." "Dex doesn't know what I mind," I said. "He said you'd say that," she said. "He also said to tell you the words, 'It's just 2 hours,' and that you'd know what that means." It was a reference to a deal Dex and I made in freshman year about social situations and minimum viable participation, which I was furious to discover he had apparently disclosed to her, and which I was now apparently being held to by its own terms. I stepped back from the door. She came in. The apartment had 3 other people in it already, 2 guys from the floor below who played Xbox in Dex's room, and a girl named Priya who was on her laptop at the kitchen table and acknowledged Joy's arrival with a chin lift and went back to her screen. Normal. Manageable. A set of humans distributed through a space, each doing their own thing. Joy stood in the living room and looked around in the specific way she did everything, cataloging, present, taking inventory without making it visible. Then she looked at me. "You're not going to offer me somewhere to sit," she said. "You can see the couch," I said. "Right." She sat on the couch. Put her bag down. Pulled out a book, not the kind with the cover facing in, a regular book, face up, some novel I recognized by spine color, and opened it. I went back to my desk. I had been working on a paper before the knock at the door. I pulled my laptop back toward me. Read the same paragraph I'd been reading before the knock. Read it again. The paragraph did not change. From the couch, the sound of a page turning. Rasputin came out of the bedroom at the 7-minute mark. He does this on his own schedule, which has nothing to do with mine. He emerged from the hallway with the slow, deliberate gait of a senior official who had been informed of a situation and had taken his time deciding whether it warranted his attention. He stopped in the middle of the living room floor. Surveyed the humans. He looked at Priya. Looked at me. Looked at Joy. He walked directly to Joy. 60 seconds, I counted, from the moment he appeared to the moment he was on her lap, turned in a circle twice, and sat down. Joy looked up from her book. She looked at the cat on her lap. She looked at me. I said nothing. She looked back at her book. One hand moved to Rasputin's back. Slow, even strokes, without breaking her reading, like she had been doing it for years. Rasputin closed his eyes. I turned back to my laptop. Read the same paragraph 3 more times. I had been working on this paper for 2 weeks and I was on page 4, and in approximately 7 years I would finish it. The room was quiet. The faint sound of Dex's Xbox through the bedroom wall. Priya typing. The page turned from the couch. Rasputin's purr, low, consistent, directed at someone who was not me. I had raised the cat for 7 years. 7 years of 6 a.m. feeding and vet appointments and the specific negotiations of a cohabitation with a creature who had no interest in my preferences. He had sat on my lap exactly 4 times in 7 years, and each time had been his decision, revoked without notice the moment something else became more interesting. 60 seconds. I turned back to my paper. 40 minutes in, Dex's door opened and he came out with the 2 floor guys heading for the kitchen, talking about something loudly, and the apartment shifted back to its louder register. Priya packed up and left. The two guys made sandwiches. Dex caught my eye over the counter and did the thing with his face, the tiny raise of the eyebrows that meant I see what's happening over there. I gave him the look that meant do not. He turned back to the sandwiches. Joy hadn't moved from the couch. She was most of the way through her book. Rasputin had rearranged himself at some point from her lap to the cushion beside her, pressed against her leg. He had not come back to me. I had not asked him to. I was above it. "You want water or something?" I said from the desk. She looked up. Like she'd been surprised. Yeah. That would be good. Thanks. I got up. Got a glass of water from the kitchen. Brought it back. Put it on the side table near her. She said thank you again, quieter this time, like she was using the word carefully. I went back to the desk. Dex made a significant amount of noise in the kitchen doing nothing important, and I did not look at him. At the 1 hour mark the room had gone quiet again, Dex back in his room, the floor guys gone, just me and Joy and the purring cat. She had finished her book. She set it face down on the cushion, not on the cover, on the spine, so it didn't crack, and stretched her arms over her head with her eyes closed and made a small sound of completion. Then she stood. Started looking at things the way people do when they're waiting for something and need somewhere to put their attention. She went to the bookshelf. I have a lot of books. They are organized by subject because that is the only logical system, and anybody who argues otherwise is filing by aesthetics instead of function. She moved her eyes along the spine slowly, and I could tell she was actually reading them, not skimming, reading. Her head tilted slightly at one. Bulgakov, she said. And Chekhov. And her hand went to a spine. Stopped. She pulled the book out. It was a textbook. Russian Literature Survey Course, sophomore year. I had kept it because, I don't know why I'd kept it. I keep books. It was on the shelf. She opened the back cover, the way you do when you're looking for notes or a receipt used as a bookmark or the remnants of whoever had it before you. The photo was tucked in the back cover. I knew which photo before she turned it over. I was across the room before I made the decision to be. She was looking at it when I reached her, really looking, the way she looked at everything, with that full unguarded attention. The photo was from sophomore year, late in the season, a home game against Michigan. I was in full gear, mid-celebration, stick raised, and I had forgotten this detail, I was laughing. Open, actual laughing. Number 17. 200 people behind me in those stands, all on their feet. I took it from her hand. Old, I said. She let me take it. She didn't grab for it back. She looked at me instead, at my face, not the photo, and I could feel what she was about to ask, and I wasn't going to stand in my own living room and answer it. Heat's probably back on, I said. She looked at me for one more second. 2. Yeah, she said. Probably. She picked up her bag. Her book. Her water glass, which she brought to the kitchen and rinsed and left in the drying rack without being asked. She found her coat on the hook by the door. Dex must have put it there when she came in. Thanks for the water, she said. Dex invited you, I said. I know, she said. Still. She left. I locked the door. Stood in the hallway for a moment. Rasputin appeared from the living room and sat at my feet and looked up at me. Don't, I said. He walked back to the couch. I held the photo for a long time. Not looking at it right away. Just holding it, the way you hold something you've been deliberately not touching for a while, feeling the specific weight of avoidance. Then I looked. Sophomore year. November. I was 20 years old and every part of me believed in what I was doing, and the believing was so total it had come all the way out the other side and turned into joy, real joy, the kind that doesn't negotiate or perform. I didn't know the word for what I felt looking at that person. Not nostalgia. Nostalgia is warm. This was something with an edge on it. Something that sat in my chest and pressed. I knew his shoulder. I knew his future. I knew what was coming 14 months after that photo was taken and how he was going to handle it, and I wanted, which is an absurd thing to want, to reach into the image and tell him something. I don't know what I would have said. I put the photo back in the book. Flat, in the back cover, where I'd put it 18 months ago when I'd found it in a box and couldn't throw it away and couldn't look at it directly either. I put the book back on the shelf. I went to bed. I did not sleep for a long time. End of Chapter 9. The Bet. POV, Joy. Someone posted a photo of us and called it tectonic plates. I want to be very clear that I found this funny. I did find it funny. I am also going to be very clear that I found it funny in the specific way you find something funny when it is also, underneath the funny, a little bit true, and the truth part is the part you're laughing over so you don't have to look directly at it. Simone put her phone in my face at 7:45 on a Wednesday morning while I was still holding my toothbrush and said, "The Bets app updated overnight. You need to see this." I took the phone. The original wager, who breaks first, the cheerleader or the benchwarmer, was still running. Current odds, 38-62, heavily in my favor now, which 3 weeks ago would have felt like winning and currently felt like something I hadn't decided how to categorize. But underneath the main wager, someone had added a prop bet section, and the prop bet section had taken on a life I had not anticipated and could not fully control. Prop bet number 1, first documented instance of Vasiliev laughing in Joy Calloway's presence. Current estimated timeline, week 6. Payout odds, 3-1 if before week 4. Prop bet number 2, first unprompted nice thing Vasiliev does without being directly asked. Current estimated timeline, week 9. Secondary option listed as, never. I've met this guy. Prop bet number 3, does this become a romantic situation? Current standing, 55/45. Yes/no. I stared at that last one for a moment. 55% think it becomes romantic, Simone said, from the doorway, watching me read. That's not a majority, I said. It's a plurality. The campus doesn't know what it's talking about. The campus, Simone said carefully, posted a photo of you two in the cafe corner booth last Tuesday and titled it, Current Status, Tectonic Plates Slowly Colliding, and it has 412 upvotes. I scrolled to the photo. It was a good photo, technically. Whoever had taken it had been at the counter, angle from slightly above and to the left, the two of us in the corner booth without our knowledge, both looking down at the table at the same time. My notebook was open. His coffee was halfway raised. The light from the window was doing something warm and late afternoon to the whole frame. We looked, and I say this as an objective observation with no personal investment in the description, we looked like two people who had been sitting across from each other for years and had forgotten to notice it. I handed Simone back her phone. Tectonic plates don't collide, I said. They create friction. The collision is the result, not the process. Simone stared at me. What? I said. You just defended the metaphor. I corrected the metaphor. Joy. She took her phone back. You corrected a metaphor about yourself and a boy at 7:45 in the morning. I finished brushing my teeth. The thing about the Bets app was that it had been funny when it was abstract. An anonymous forum running odds on a school project, that was campus nonsense, the kind that lived and died in a week. I had treated it like background noise. A thing that existed over there, separate from the actual thing I was doing over here. But 400 upvotes on a candid photo had a way of making the background noise louder. By the time I got to my Wednesday seminar, 3 different people had said some version of, "So how's the project going?" with a specific intonation that meant they were asking about something other than the project. A girl in my communications class showed me a thread on the app where people were debating whether the tectonic plate photo was staged. Someone had responded with a paragraph about body language and proxemics that was, I had to admit, more analytically rigorous than I expected from an anonymous betting forum at 10 in the morning. I found all of it objectively funny. I told myself I found all of it objectively funny. I went to my afternoon session with Dr. Park and sat in her office with its small potted plant and its 2 chairs and its box of tissues that I had never used and told myself I found it funny all the way up until the moment she asked how I was spending my energy. Dr. Park is not the kind of therapist who performs listening. She is the kind who actually does it, which is significantly more uncomfortable. She is 50-something, small, with reading glasses she pushes up when she's about to say something she expects you to push back on. She has been my weekly appointment since October of last year when Simone sat me down after a week of watching me not eat meals and said, quietly and without negotiation, "You need to talk to someone who isn't me." I had gone. I had kept going. Not because it was easy but because Dr. Park had a specific quality I found difficult to evade. She did not let me be well in her office. Everywhere else in the world I could be well. In her office the 2 chairs and the potted plant and the box of tissues I'd never used created a room where performing wellness didn't work because she had calibrated herself precisely to see through it. "Tell me about your week," she said. I told her about my week. The cheer rehearsals. The home opener prep. The Spirit Project. I talked about the Spirit Project at some length, the progress, the cafe sessions, the fact that he'd voluntarily mentioned his cat and that counted as breakthrough territory for a person who'd been wearing headphones like a force field for 2 years. Dr. Park listened. She wrote 2 things in her notepad. She looked up. "How much time per day are you thinking about the project?" she said. "It's just a thing I'm tracking. It's an assignment." "Okay," she said. Not agreeing. Just placing the word. "He's making progress," I said. Real progress. There was a night last week where we were both just reading in the same space, and he didn't try to leave and he didn't put his headphones on, and that's, for someone like him, that's joy, Dr. Park said. I stopped. She let the room be quiet for a moment. Outside the small window the campus afternoon was doing its thing. Someone somewhere was throwing a frisbee with more optimism than accuracy. Normal Wednesday sounds. "Have you talked to anyone about your mother this week?" she said. I kept my face the way it needed to be. "I'm fine." "I know," she said. "I'm not asking if you're fine. I'm asking if you've talked about her." "I called my dad on Sunday." "How was the call?" I thought about the call. The specific quality of my father's voice when he answers, the way it lifts for a moment when he hears me, and then settles into something careful. The way we talk about groceries and campus weather and whether I need more money in my account and neither of us says the thing that is always in the room with us now, the specific absence that has its own gravity. "Good," I said. It was good. Dr. Park looked at me over her notepad. "What's his name?" she said. "The hockey player." "Nix. Tell me one thing about him that has nothing to do with the project." I opened my mouth. The answer came out before I decided to give it. He has a cat named Rasputin. He's had it for 7 years and he feeds it at 6 a.m. without fail even on game days. He talks to it like it can understand him and he doesn't know I know that because I heard him through the wall before he realized I could hear him. I stopped. He keeps a photo in the back of a textbook that he doesn't look at directly. I saw it for about 4 seconds and he crossed the room to take it back, and the person in the photo was so clearly him but so clearly not the version of him I'm. I stopped again. The room was very quiet. Dr. Park was not writing anything. She was just watching me with the careful attention of someone observing a thing they had been expecting. "You were saying," she said gently. "The version of him you're familiar with," I said. "The current version." They looked different. Dr. Park nodded slowly. Made a note. "Joy," she said, "I want you to try something this week. Once. I want you to sit with a memory of your mother, not to do anything with it. Not to process it or resolve it or turn it into something useful. Just to let it be there." She paused. "Can you try that?" I looked at the box of tissues I had never used. "Sure," I said. "Okay," she said. "And, the hockey player sounds complicated." "He's fine," I said. "I'm handling it." She smiled. Small, without commentary. "I know," she said. "You handle everything." I walked out of Dr. Park's building into the late afternoon cold and stood on the steps for a moment with my bag over one shoulder and the sky doing the October thing where it went gold and pink at the edges before the dark came in. I pulled out my phone. I was going to open the Bets app. Check the current odds. Think about the tectonic plate photo and how objectively funny it was. My thumb moved to the call log instead. "Dad, call back." I stood on the steps in the cold gold light and I looked at his name. Then I pressed call. It rang twice. His voice, Joy. "Hey, Dad," I said. I had a minute. I just wanted to call. A pause. Not uncomfortable. Something softer than that. On his end I could hear the sound of his kitchen, the evening news on low, the sound of a dish being set down. The ordinary sounds of a house that had learned how to be quiet in a new way. "I'm glad you did," he said. I sat down on the steps. The cold came through my coat. I didn't move. "Me too," I said. End of Chapter 10. Midpoint, The Crack. POV, Nix. At 2 a.m. the library becomes a different building. The people who are still here at this hour have all made the same private decision, that whatever they're working on is worth more than sleep, or that sleep isn't coming anyway, or that this is the only place they can think without the walls of wherever they live closing in. You can tell which reason brought each person just by looking at them. The ones leaning forward into their laptops with headphones on and energy drinks going cold, those are the deadline people. The ones reading with no notes, slow page turns, something distant in their eyes, those are the insomnia people. I came because Joy told me the all-nighter study event counted as a documented activity for the project and that I was, and I'm quoting, not getting out of this one on a technicality. I came to document the participation and intend to leave by midnight. It is 2 a.m. and I am still here. I don't fully understand how that happened. She's across the table from me. Has been for 4 hours, notebook, textbooks, that gold pen moving in the margins of everything she reads. She had been talking at intervals throughout, the way she does, filling silences with observations that were usually sharper than they sounded on the surface. I had responded when the responses were worth making. We had argued, briefly, about a footnote in a secondary source she was using for her communications paper, and the argument had been good, clean, specific, no posturing, and at the end of it she had changed the footnote without commenting on it, which I respected more than I would have said aloud. Then the library thinned out. The deadline people left one by one. A few insomnia people remained, spread wide, each inside their own quiet. And Joy put her arms on the table and her head on her arms and went still. Not asleep. I could tell the difference. Her breathing was too deliberate. She was choosing to be still, which was different from falling into it. I read 2 more pages of my notes. The words stopped landing. I looked up. She hadn't moved. "You okay?" I said. Her head turned slightly. Just enough so she could see me with one eye. "Yeah," she said. The word came out worn. Not sad, not broken, just used. The way a word gets when you've said it so many times it's gone smooth, like a coin handled past the point where the face on it is readable. "I have heard that before." In a different voice, on a different face. I've said it in my own voice, enough times that I know exactly what it costs the person saying it. I said, "You don't have to be." The library was quiet. The hum of the climate system, faint and constant. The distant sound of a printer somewhere on a lower floor. Joy's head was still on her arms and the single eye visible to me was open and looking at the table surface. She didn't say anything for a moment. Then she sat up. Not all the way, she kept her arms on the table, just raised her head. Her braids were slightly undone from hours of leaning over books. The gold ribbons were still in them, but looser, the way things get when they've been patient for a long time. She looked at the far wall of the library. "My mom died," she said. 18 months ago. She was sick for 2 years before that. She said it clean, no approach, no warning. Like the only way she'd found to say it was fast, straight through the middle. Ovarian cancer. Late stage, so there wasn't, we had the 2 years, which people kept telling us was time, like time was the point. She stopped. Started again. My dad and my brother, they couldn't hold it together. Which is fine, that's allowed, that's grief. But I was the one who could. So I was the one who did. She paused. I've been holding it together for so long that I don't know where the holding it together ends and where I actually am. She looked down at the table. I can't find the seam anymore. The clock on the library wall said 2:07 a.m. I did not say, "I'm sorry." I did not say, "That's so hard." I did not say any of the things people say when they've run out of useful options and need to fill the space with something that sounds like help. I stayed. She was not looking at me. She was looking at the table, the way you look at something when you're not seeing it at all, when you're just giving your eyes somewhere to rest while the rest of you does something else. I thought about the photo in my textbook. I thought about a rink in Volgograd. I thought about 14 months of choosing the bench, choosing the headphones, choosing the specific shape of a life that required nothing from me so I couldn't lose it. I said, my shoulder's been healed for 14 months. She looked up. The injury, I said. The one that, I've been cleared for full play since last October. 14 months ago. I looked at my notes, not because they had anything relevant in them but because it was easier to say the rest of it to a page than to her face. I chose to stay on the bench. After the clearance. Nobody made me. Coach Briggs offered me back my spot. I said I needed more time. I stopped. I always need more time. It's been 14 months. The library was very quiet around us. Joy was watching me the way she watched things she was thinking about carefully. Why, she said. Quiet. Not pushing, not prying, just asking, the way you ask something when you genuinely want only the answer and nothing else. Because, I said, and then stopped, because the honest version of what came next was something I had not said to anyone. Not Dex. Not my mother. Not the team therapist I had seen twice in the fall and then stopped calling back. Because, I said again, the last time I tried for something that much and it broke, I didn't want to find out if I could survive it again. The clock said 2:09 a.m. Joy didn't say anything. She didn't reach across the table. She didn't offer me the version of sympathy that is actually about the person giving it. She looked at me with those brown eyes that were always paying attention, always recording, and she did what I had done for her 6 minutes earlier. She stayed. We sat there in the nearly empty library at 2 in the morning with everything we'd just said still in the air between us, and neither of us looked away, and neither of us tried to make it smaller than it was. After a while she said, so we're both just holding on to the walls. Something like that, I said. She looked down at her notebook. The pages she'd been annotating for hours, margins full of her gold pen handwriting. She closed it. Okay, she said. Simple. Not dismissing it, not solving it. Just, I received that. I'm putting it somewhere it won't get lost. I turned back to my notes. We stayed another hour. Not talking much. Just present in the same space in the same quiet, two people who had, in the space of 15 minutes, handed each other something real and unpolished and were now sitting with the weight of having done it. At 3:15 she packed her bag. Same time next week, she said. I'll be at the table, I said. She left. I sat in the empty library for another 10 minutes, doing nothing, thinking nothing I could name. Just sitting in the specific quality of a silence that had something new in it. Then I packed my own bag and walked out into the cold dark campus and I let the night air hit my face and I thought, 14 months. Said out loud, it sounded different than it did inside my head. Inside my head it had been a number I carried like a fact. Said out loud to someone who had listened without flinching, it sounded like something else. Like a door I had told myself was locked and had just found, apparently, was not. I didn't know what to do with that yet. I walked back to my apartment. The campus was empty at this hour except for the other insomnia people, spread wide, each inside their own quiet. I understood them. I had always understood them. I went to bed. I did not sleep for a long time. Joy walked home in the cold and I didn't know this until later, she told me months after, in a parking lot, under winter stars, but somewhere between the library and her dorm she stopped in the middle of the empty campus path and stood there in the dark and the cold and let a memory of her mother just exist. Not processed. Not turned into something useful. Just there. She stood there for a while. Then she walked home. End of Chapter 11. 14 months. POV, Joy. I found Dex at the campus cafe at 8 in the morning, which I knew because I had texted him the night before and he had replied, yeah sure 8 a.m., I'm a morning person, with an enthusiasm that suggested he was either genuinely a morning person or had never developed the good sense not to be one. He was already there when I arrived. Large coffee, half-eaten breakfast sandwich, looking awake in the uncomplicated way that people who sleep well look awake. He had the disposition of a Labrador who had been told the park was happening, and when he saw me come through the door he raised a hand like I was arriving at a scheduled appointment he'd been looking forward to. I sat down across from him. "You want food," he said. "I can get you." "I need you to tell me about Nix's shoulder," I said. He put down his sandwich. The cafe was its usual morning self around us, the line at the counter, the sound of the still-broken espresso machine doing its inadequate best, two girls at the next table sharing headphones and a laptop screen. Normal sounds. Nothing that required anything from either of us except to exist in it. Dex looked at his coffee cup. Then at me. Then at his coffee cup again. "He told you something," Dex said. "Not a question." "He told me it healed 14 months ago," I said. "He told me he chose to stay benched." "That's what he said, exactly." He didn't say anything else and I didn't ask anything else because it wasn't the moment for it. I wrapped both hands around my own coffee. "But it's the morning now. So I'm asking." Dex was quiet for a moment. I watched him do the internal calculation, the one people do when they're deciding how much loyalty to one person gets balanced against how much honesty serves everyone. He had the expression of someone who had been waiting for this specific conversation and was now in it and wasn't entirely sure he was ready. "He was projected," Dex said finally. "Before the injury. 3 teams had flagged him. His skating, his hockey IQ, he reads ice the way some people read text, just instant, automatic. The coaches were talking about him in rooms he wasn't in." He paused. He knew, too. Not arrogantly. He just knew what he was and what he was working toward and he was good, Joy. Like, genuinely good. I held my coffee. And then the injury. Ohio State. Home game, sophomore year. Defenseman caught him from the left, bad angle, wrong speed. His shoulder, Dex stopped. Made a small gesture with his hand that meant, you can imagine. Surgery. 7 months out. The team's medical staff and the surgeon both cleared him last October. Full clearance. Return to play. But he didn't. Coach Briggs held the first line open for 2 weeks, Dex said. Told Nix it was as if he wanted it. Nix said he needed more time. Briggs gave him more time. Nix said he needed more time. Dex looked at his sandwich. After the 3rd time, Briggs had to fill the spot. That's when Blake came in. I thought about Blake Mercer. The way he skated the first line with the specific quality of a person who knows exactly whose spot they're in. The way Nick sat at the end of the bench with his arms crossed and looked at nothing. He decided to fail before the game could fail him, Dex said. He said it quietly, like he had said it before in a room by himself, turning it over until it made sense. He decided that the bench on his terms was better than the ice on anyone else's. If he never really tries, if he's never really all the way in, then whatever happens to him isn't the worst thing. Because the worst thing already happened and he survived it, barely, and he's not doing it again. The cafe moved around us. I felt the mirror image click into place. Not metaphorically. I felt it physically, the specific sensation of 2 separate things that you have been holding in 2 separate hands suddenly coming together and becoming one shape. Nix on his bench choosing mediocrity because wanting something too much had cost him everything. Me and my ribbons and my smile choosing performance because real feeling had cost me everything. The same decision. Different uniforms. Dex, I said. Yeah. You said the medical staff cleared him last October. He said 14 months. I did the math. The injury was during his sophomore season. Yeah. You were on the team sophomore year. Something changed in Dex's face. Small, controlled, but I'd been watching people's faces my whole life and I caught it, the specific tightening of someone who has come to a place they knew they were eventually going to arrive at and have been dreading it the whole walk over. Yeah, he said. Differently than the previous yeah. I waited. He wrapped both hands around his cup. I was on the ice, he said. When it happened. I was the one who called the play that put him in that position. He said it flat, no inflection, the way you say something you've said so many times inside your own head that the words have worn down to their plainest shape. It was a legal play. It was the right call tactically. I called it and he ran it and the Ohio State defenseman came from the left and he stopped. Breathed. I saw him coming. I saw him a half second before contact and I had the puck and I made a decision and the decision was to keep the play moving because that's the play, that's how it works, you don't stop a play because you have a half second of feeling about what might. He stopped again. I've never told him. The cafe was warm. The broken machine behind the counter was doing its thing. 2 stools over a girl was adding too much sugar to her coffee and not noticing. Dex, I said. I know, he said. He needs to. I know. He looked up. His eyes were clear, not wet, but the clarity was the kind that comes after you've been through something enough times you've processed the surface of it and what's underneath is still there, just quieter. I've been trying to figure out how for 2 years. Every time I get close to saying it I think about what it'll do to him and he put his sandwich down. I'm a coward about the thing I feel most guilty about. Which is its own specific kind of cowardice. I looked at this person across the table, this big, warm, genuinely good person who had been carrying something heavy and sharp for 2 years and had been smiling at team breakfasts and first-line centers and early morning cafe meetings and hadn't said a word about it to the one person who needed to hear it. I thought, we're all running the same play. Tell him, I said. I know. Soon, Dex. I know. He picked his sandwich back up. Didn't eat it. Just held it. How is he, since last night? Did he seem? He seemed like someone who said a true thing and was surprised it didn't kill him, I said. Dex nodded slowly. That tracks, he said. I walked back to my dorm building from the cafe with my coffee and the weight of the morning sitting across my shoulders. Not bad, exactly. Heavy the way real things are heavy, specifically, solidly, in a way that at least told you it was there. I took the stairs. 3rd floor. Turned the corner toward my room. Stopped. Outside my door, on the floor, was a cup. Campus Cafe cup. The specific size and color of their medium. No bag, no note, nothing attached. Just a cup sitting on the floor outside my door with the cafe's handwriting on it, the loopy, slightly inconsistent marker script that the morning counter person used on every cup. I walked to it. Crouched down. Read the side. Medium black, 2 sugars. My order was not black with 2 sugars. My order was a soy vanilla latte because I had the palate of someone who needed their coffee to taste like something other than coffee, which Nix had commented on in week 2 with the specific judgmental neutrality he brought to most of my choices. Black, 2 sugars. That was his order. Written on a cup sitting outside my door with no note attached, no announcement, no documentation. He had stood in line at the campus cafe. He had given his order. He had walked across campus to my building and up 3 flights of stairs and put this cup outside my door and left without knocking, without leaving a note, without any of the apparatus of a gesture that wants to be recognized as a gesture. He had just left it. I picked it up. It was still warm. Which meant recent, within the hour, maybe less. I stood in the hallway outside my door holding his coffee cup and I thought about last night and the 2 a.m. library and you don't have to be in 14 months. I thought about Dex at the cafe table holding a sandwich he didn't eat. I thought about Simone's voice saying the real one, the one I haven't seen in a while. I thought about my mother's kitchen on a Sunday and the radio on too low and the light through the window over the sink. The cup was warm in my hands. I did not move for a long time. End of Chapter 12. Controlled burns. POV, Nix. I want to be precise about why I volunteered. It was not because Joy asked me. She didn't ask me. She had mentioned the team building session in passing the previous Thursday, something about the cheer squad working on trust formations, how the newer members were locking up under pressure, how warmth alone wasn't getting through to a couple of them. She mentioned it the way she mentioned most things, as information she was processing out loud, not as a request. I was not thinking about it when I walked past the gym on Wednesday. I was thinking about practice. About the perimeter drill Briggs wanted me to run clean before Friday. About the Russian literature paper I had been 4 pages into for 3 weeks and was beginning to suspect would never end. Then I heard Blake. He was in the corridor outside the gym with 2 of the other first-liners, and he was talking at a volume that meant he didn't care who heard, which is how Blake Mercer moved through most spaces, like the space existed to receive him and the people in it were set dressing. Spirit Squad's little workshop thing is in there, he was saying. Like what are they even? He made a sound in his throat, dismissive, short, you know they actually think it matters. The cheer program. Like anyone's coming to games for that. One of the other guys laughed. I had already stopped walking. I was aware, in the specific way I'm always aware of my own reactions before I act on them, that something in me had reacted before my composure could catch it. Not anger, I've described this before, what anger feels like for me, hot and rising. This was different. Colder. More specific. Joy had been in that gym every Tuesday and Thursday for 3 weeks building something she believed in. I had watched her describe that opening formation with the focus of someone who understood load-bearing structures and why they held. I had listened to her talk about the sophomore who finally nailed her back tuck. I had seen, from the stands during practice observations, what it looked like when she ran her squad, the precision under the warmth, the way she calibrated exactly how much to push each person and when to hold back. Blake had not watched any of that. Blake had walked past a closed gym door and formed an opinion. I turned around. Walked back. Pushed the gym door open. Joy saw me come in and her face did something quick, surprise, then a question she didn't ask out loud, then a settling back into the session she was running. Smart enough not to make a production of it. I respected that. I stood at the back of the gym and watched for a few minutes. She had 12 squad members, mixed years, working on a formation that required the front line to fully commit their weight back into the people behind them. The technical problem was obvious in 30 seconds. 2 of the frontline members, both sophomores, both new to this particular formation, were hedging. Committing 80% instead of the full thing. Leaning back but keeping their center of gravity slightly forward so that if the support failed, they'd catch themselves. It looked like hesitation. It was actually fear dressed as hesitation, which are different problems with different solutions. Joy was running them through it again, warm and specific, adjusting angles, telling them they were doing well. They were not doing well. They were performing the version of doing well that gets you through the rep without falling, which is different from actually doing the thing. I walked forward. Can I try something? I said. Not to Joy, to the 2 sophomores. Joy went still for a half second. Then stepped back and made a small gesture, go ahead. I looked at the 2 girls. They were both watching me with the expression freshmen get when someone they don't know shows up with apparent authority in a space that isn't theirs, wary, waiting to decide if it was a problem. You're calculating the fall, I said. While you're doing it. I can see it, you're leaning back and running the math on what happens if the person behind you moves. So your weight stays forward as insurance. One of them, small, dark-haired, grip tight on nothing, looked at me. Yeah, she said. Just that. The calculation is the problem, I said. The move only works if you stop calculating. I looked at her. What's the worst thing that happens if you commit and the formation breaks? We fall, she said. And then what? She opened her mouth. Closed it. You get up, I said. That's it. That's the whole worst thing. You fall and you get up and you run it again. I paused. The hedge doesn't protect you from falling. It just makes sure that when you do fall, it happens while you were only halfway in. She looked at her partner. Something passed between them, a private reevaluation. Run it, I said. They ran it. Full weight. Full commit. The formation held clean. Joy, from the side of the gym, said nothing. I didn't look at her. I didn't need to. I could feel the quality of her attention from across the room the way you feel a change in temperature, not dramatic, not loud, just present and specific and pointed in my direction. I spent another 40 minutes with the squad. I don't know how that happened. I was there for one correction and then someone had a question and then there was a structural problem in the second sequence that was a simple fix and then it was somehow a full session. Dry explanations. Occasional demonstrations that I made as brief as possible because I was not there to perform. When the humor landed it was accidental, I said something straight and 2 of the squad members laughed and I let it land and moved on. The sophomore with the dark hair landed her formation clean 3 times in a row by the end. She looked at me after the 3rd one. I nodded once. She went back to her position without making it a moment. That was the whole thing. That was all it needed to be. Joy called the session at 6:30. The squad packed up around us. Noise, movement, the collective exhale of people who had worked. I picked up my jacket from the bleacher where I'd put it and was pulling it on when Joy appeared beside me. She didn't say anything at first. We fell into step toward the gym exit without deciding to, the way we'd been falling into step for weeks without planning it. The hedge doesn't protect you from falling, she said, after a moment. It's just physics, I said. You said it to a 19-year-old about a cheer formation, she said, and you knew you were saying it about something else. I said nothing. You knew, she said. Put your coat on, I said. It's cold in the corridor. She pulled her coat on. We walked. The corridor outside the gym was the same blue-white light it always was, empty at this hour, the evening sound of a building that had mostly emptied out. Our footsteps on the floor. The distant sound of the arena HVAC doing its background work. Her hand was at her side. Mine was at mine. The corridor was wide enough for 3 people, we were walking the way we walked, close enough for the proximity to be a choice. Our hands brushed. Neither of us reacted. 4 steps. 5. Her hand at her side, mine at mine, the space between us approximately the same as it had been. Our hands brushed again. I was aware of every millimeter of the contact. The outside of my hand against the outside of hers, 1 second, less than 1 second. The kind of thing that in a crowded hallway would register as nothing. This hallway was not crowded. My pace slowed. Hers did too. I don't know which one of us slowed first. I don't know if it was simultaneous or sequential. I know that we arrived at the door at the other end of the corridor at approximately half the speed we'd started with, and I know that I was aware of every step. I reached the door first. Pushed it open. Held it. She went still for 1 beat. 1 complete beat, a breath held, a pause that had weight to it, a fraction of a second where the air between us was doing something I didn't have a word for and didn't reach for one. Thank you, she said. She walked through. I let the door go and followed, and I shrugged, because it was nothing, because it was a door and anyone holds a door, because the shrug was the correct response to a simple physical action between 2 people walking out of a gym, and the shrug came out carrying everything I was not saying, which was a considerable amount, and I was aware of this and kept walking anyway. I was 3 steps into the parking lot when my phone buzzed. Dex. A screenshot. A single line of text, "Bro, I am begging you to look at this." The screenshot was from the Bets app. Someone had been in the gym. The photo was taken from the bleachers, angle from above, the corridor exit door, Joy half through it and me holding it open. The 1 beat pause was visible in the frame in a way I hadn't known it was visible from outside myself. The way she'd gone still. The way I was looking at the back of her head. The caption, the charged moment we've all been waiting for. 600 upvotes. 30 minutes after posting. I stood in the parking lot with my phone and the cold night air and 600 strangers who had apparently been waiting for a moment I hadn't decided to have. I looked at the photo for a long time. Then I put my phone in my pocket and walked to my car. I didn't think about it. I thought about it the entire drive home. End of Chapter 13. The screenshot. POV, Joy. I woke up to 47 notifications and I knew before I opened a single one. The specific feeling of 47 notifications at 7 in the morning is different from the feeling of 1 notification or 10. 1 notification is information. 10 notifications is a conversation happening without you. 47 notifications at 7 in the morning, on a Thursday, when the most recent thing you did was walk through a door someone held open for you, that is a problem that has already started without your input. I lay in bed for 30 seconds holding the phone face down on my chest. Simone's voice from across the room, "Don't open it yet." Which meant she had already opened it. Which meant it was worse than the notification count suggested. I opened it. The original Bets app post, the door photo, the 600 upvotes, the charged moment caption, was still running. That wasn't the problem. The problem was a new post, pinned above it. Someone had screenshotted a text exchange. Mine and Nix's, a conversation from 2 weeks ago, late night, the kind of texts you send when the day is done and you're tired enough to be honest and funny at the same time. I had sent, at some point, something about the Spirit Project, week 3, and I've got him voluntarily sitting within 6 feet of me and accepting coffee. Honestly, this is my masterclass in winning. That was the screenshot. Just that message. My words, my tone, my name at the top. No context. No what came before. No the message he sent that I was riffing off of, the dry deadpan one about how the Spirit Initiative seemed designed by people who had never met him specifically. Just my words, isolated, cropped clean. The caption under the screenshot, masterclass in winning. Her words. Anyone still think this is a real project and not a content play? The thread under it had 89 comments and it was not yet 8 in the morning. I read the first 10. Then I put my phone down. Simone was already sitting on the edge of her bed when I looked up. She had her laptop open and was composing something. I could tell by the specific set of her jaw, tight and forward, the expression she gets when she has decided a situation requires intervention and is moving with full conviction. Don't post anything yet, I said. Joy. Simone. I sat up. Don't post anything yet. Give me a minute. She looked at me. Set her laptop on the bed beside her. Waited. I sat with my phone and read the thread properly. All of it. The first commenter who had said it seemed suspicious. The second who agreed. The third who had pulled up other moments, a photo from a game where I was talking to a player, a video of a pep rally, a completely unrelated screenshot from my public Instagram, and assembled them into the specific shape of a narrative about a girl who manufactured enthusiasm for attention. The thing about a narrative is that once the shape of it is out there, everything becomes evidence. A photo of me smiling at a game, evidence. A video of me leading a cheer, evidence. The cafe photo, the corridor photo, all of it, evidence. The shape was, Joy Calloway performs sincerity for an audience. And once that shape existed, every piece of my actual life became proof of it. I knew who sent the text. I knew who had been in the text conversation and had chosen which 12 words to pull out of it and what to cut away and how to post it so the cut was invisible. I didn't have proof. I had a certainty that sat in my chest like a stone. I put my phone down. Picked it up. Opened a new message to Nix. Someone screenshotted a text and posted it out of context. It's on the Bets app. I need you to know it was a joke, the full conversation will show that. Can we talk? Sent. I watched the screen. The message went delivered. Then, after a moment, read. Read receipt. Blue check. He had opened it. I watched the screen for a minute. 2. The little dots that meant someone was typing did not appear. Nothing came back. The read receipt sat there like a door closed in my face. I went to practice. I wore my ribbons and I ran the team through the new formation and I counted beats and called corrections and kept my voice at the exact register it needed to be, warm, present, forward-moving. 3 people asked me about the Bets app post in the first hour. I said it was out of context and I smiled when I said it and I moved on. I went to my communications seminar. I took notes. I answered one question in discussion because sitting in total silence would itself become evidence of something, and I phrased the answer the way I'd been trained to phrase things, confidently, clearly, with no flag on the play. I went to the library. Sat at my table, not the one I shared with Nix, my own, a different floor, and worked on the same paragraph of my paper for 40 minutes and didn't retain any of it. I checked my phone. The thread had 214 comments. Nix had not replied. The read receipt was still the last thing in the thread. Blue. Steady. Looking back at me. I understood, intellectually, that he had reasons to hesitate. That a post framing me as someone running a manipulation game was also implicitly a post about him as the person being manipulated. That seeing those words stripped of context would create a specific doubt in a person who had not originally wanted to be chosen and had been watching, always, for proof that his original instinct was correct. I understood it. Understanding it didn't make the read receipt easier to look at. I went home. Ate dinner with Simone, who had stopped composing responses on my request and had replaced the impulse with a focused, silent fury she was channeling into a bowl of pasta. She didn't push me to talk. She put on a show we'd both seen before and sat close enough on the couch that our arms touched. I was grateful for it. I didn't say so. She knew. I checked my phone at 10, at 11, at midnight. Nothing. I went to sleep. I woke up and it was the second day. I went to practice. Went to class. Smiled for everyone. Spoke when spoken to. Answered emails about the home opener routine with the appropriate level of logistical enthusiasm. Ate lunch. Studied. Functioned. The thread on the Bets app had stopped growing, the campus attention cycle had started to move on, the way it always moved on, toward the next thing. But the original post was still there and would remain there, and there was nothing I could do about the remaining there of it. My phone showed no new messages from the one contact I was looking at. I was 49 hours into the silence when my dorm room door knocked at 8:15 in the evening. I opened it. Nix was in the corridor. He had his jacket on and his hands in his pockets, and the flat, careful expression he wore when he was inside something he didn't know how to navigate quickly. He looked at me. I looked at him. The corridor was quiet around us. He said, "The text. Can I see the full conversation?" I picked up my phone from the table beside the door. Opened the thread. Handed it to him. He read it. I watched his face, not searching it, not performing the watch, just not looking away because I didn't have the energy to manage my own expressions right now, and I was not going to spend what I had left on that. He read the message the screenshot had used. He read what came before it, his message, the one about the initiative and its apparent design flaws. He read mine in full. He kept reading for another 30 seconds, down the thread, through the rest of it. He handed the phone back. "It was a joke," he said. "Yes," I said. "I know," he said. "You waited 2 days," I said. The corridor was quiet. Somewhere above us a door closed. Normal building sounds. He looked at me and something moved through his expression, not guilt, or not only guilt. Something more complicated. The look of a person who has opened a door they locked themselves and is standing in the gap trying to figure out what to do with both facts. "I know," he said. He didn't explain. He didn't offer a reason or a construction of the 49 hours that made them more reasonable. He didn't ask me to understand. He stood in my doorway with his hands in his pockets and said "I know" and stayed. I looked at him for a moment. Then I stepped back from the door. He came in. End of Chapter 14. What she carries. POV, Nix. Dex called it aggressively contemplative. His words, said to my face on Friday morning when he came out of his room and found me sitting at the kitchen table at 6 a.m. with a cold cup of coffee and no lights on. He turned the lights on without commenting on their previous state and looked at me and said, "You're doing the thing where you think so hard you forget to blink." "I blink," I said. "You haven't blinked since I walked in," he said. I blinked. He pointed at me like that proved something and went to make actual coffee. He was not wrong about the thinking. I had been awake since 4 with the specific quality of wakefulness that wasn't anxiety or insomnia but pure, relentless cognitive processing, like my brain had identified a problem, dedicated all available resources to it, and was going to run them until something resolved. The problem had 2 parts. Part 1. Joy had smiled through 2 days of public mockery, and I knew this because I had checked the Bets app thread 12 times over 49 hours, and each time there was a new comment. There was also, somewhere in the campus photo feed, evidence of Joy, at practice, in class, at a dining hall table, looking exactly as she always looked. Warm. Present. Together. And I knew that look now. I knew what it cost. Part 2. I had let those 49 hours happen. I had read her message at the 12-hour mark. She had sent it that first morning, clear and direct, asking for nothing except to be heard. I had read it and I had sat with the screenshot text and the stripped context and the specific shape of the doubt it had seeded, and I had let the doubt run instead of returning the message, and for 2 days I had watched from the edge of something and not moved. The reasons were real. The result was still the same. She had opened the door anyway. I had walked through it, because the alternative was continuing to stand in a corridor being too careful to move, and I had done that exact thing for 14 months with a different door, and I was done with corridors. But the fact of the 2 days sat with me like an unpaid debt. I don't like owing things. I like the books clean. Rasputin jumped onto my chest the moment I moved to the couch. Not politely, he landed with the full force of a 7-year-old kid who had assessed a situation and made a unilateral decision about it. All 4 paws, directly on the sternum. He stood there for a moment, looking at my face, conducting whatever evaluation cats conduct. Then he sat down. 8 pounds of gray cat, on my chest, pinning me to the couch. I'm not in distress, I told him. He put one paw on my collarbone. I have things to do, I said. He closed his eyes. Practice was at 2. I skated the perimeter drill clean enough that Briggs gave me the nod that meant something, not the clipboard nod that meant adequate, the other one. The one that meant he was watching and filing what he saw. I noted it and said nothing and kept skating. Blake was having a good practice. He is often having a good practice. This is a fact I hold without commentary. He earned his spot and he's not going to stop being good at it because I have personal feelings about the circumstances. What I was watching was something else. I had been watching Blake Mercer specifically since the screenshot went up. Not aggressively, not so he'd notice, not in a way that announced itself. Just watching the way I watch ice, systematically, over time, reading the patterns that only show up if you look long enough. He had his phone out in the locker room before practice. Not unusual. But the specific angle of it, the way he glanced up once toward where 2 squad members were talking about the BetsApp thread, the small thing his mouth did, a fractional press, a held satisfaction, was unusual. It wasn't proof. It was a data point. I was collecting data points. After practice, I waited. The locker room cleared. Dex was the last one out besides me, which was unusual. Dex normally left with the group. He was a group leaver, it's part of who he is. Today he was moving slowly, changing with the deliberate pace of someone who had somewhere to be and was pushing back against arriving there. Blake came past me on his way to the exit. He glanced at me. Straight, level, the kind of glance that has a question in it. I stepped into his path. Not physically, I left him room, left him an exit. This was not a confrontation that needed my hands. What it needed was the specific quality of my full attention, given without blinking, in a space small enough that he couldn't dismiss it as ambient. You posted it, I said. He looked at me. Adjusted his bag strap. Posted what? The screenshot, I said. The text. You posted it. Don't know what you're talking about, he said. Prove it, I said. That's not, he stopped. His jaw shifted. That's not how it works. You don't get to. I will, I said. He looked at me for a moment. 3 seconds, 4. His expression was doing the thing expressions do when someone is running calculations behind them, trying to determine whether I had anything, whether the certainty in my voice was real or performance, whether walking away was the stronger move or the one that confirmed something. He walked away. I watched him go. I will, I said again, to the empty doorway. Dex was still in the locker room when I turned around. He was sitting on the bench with his bag at his feet and his elbows on his knees and his hands loose between them. He wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't looking at anything specific. He had the posture of a person who has made a decision and arrived at the moment the decision requires and is taking one more breath before they go through with it. I sat down a few feet from him. He said, I need to tell you something. His voice was different. The Dex voice I knew was warm and open and had a current under it of someone who found most things interesting and most people worth engaging with. This was the voice underneath that one. Quieter, stripped of the easy warmth, just the core of him. Okay, I said. He looked at his hands. The night of the injury. I was the one who called that play. The locker room was empty around us. The residual smell of ice and equipment. The distant sound of the Zamboni starting up on the rink. I know, I said. He looked up. I've always known, I said. You called the play. It was the right call. It's what the game demanded in that moment. I saw him coming, Dex said. The Ohio State defenseman. I saw him a half-second before, and I had the puck and I made the call and he stopped. I've been carrying that for 2 years. The seeing him and still running it. I looked at Dex Moreau, who had been my roommate and my closest friend and the person who showed up every morning with 2 coffees and who had laughed at team breakfasts and kept me on the ice with quiet persistence and had been walking around with this specific thing in him for 700 and some days and had never said a word to me about it. You've been carrying that for 2 years, I said. Yeah, he said. Quiet. Something shifted in my chest. Not anger. I expected anger when I imagined this conversation, during the brief periods when I allowed myself to imagine it. What I felt instead was something more tired than anger. Something that recognized a shape. "You idiot," I said. He blinked. "So have I," I said. "I've been carrying the same 2 years. The same play. I've run it in my head every other night since it happened, and I never blamed you. I never even," I stopped. Breathed. It was a legal play. It was the right call. You didn't put that defenseman in my path. You ran the game we were in. Dex was looking at me with the expression of a person hearing something they had rehearsed a different version of and finding the real version disorienting. "I thought you'd," he started. "I know what you thought," I said. "You're not right." He was quiet for a moment. "You could have been drafted," he said. 3 teams. You could have. I could have, I said. And then I wasn't. And then I made a series of choices that compounded the thing that happened to me, and those choices were mine, not yours. I looked at the locker room floor. You made one call. I made 14 months of them. Don't take credit for my work. The Zamboni was louder now. Full lap, the sound of it filling the empty space between the locker room and the ice. Dex laughed. It came out shaky, not fully formed, the laugh of someone whose body needed somewhere to put the thing that had just loosened in their chest. Don't take credit for my work, he repeated. You're insane. I've been informed of that, I said. We sat in the empty locker room for a while. Not talking, not needing to. The kind of silence that exists between two people after something that needed to be said has finally been said and the room is still deciding what shape it wants to take next. Something had broken. I didn't have a better word for it than that. Something had cracked open between us that I had not known was sealed. And it had cracked cleanly, the way a bone heals correctly the second time, without the jagged edges of the first. It didn't fix anything. The 2 years were still 2 years. The bench was still the bench. The shoulder still had a history whether it had a present or not. But Dex had put something down. I could see it in the set of his shoulders, slightly lower, less braced, the specific physical change of someone who has been holding a thing and has finally, carefully, set it on the floor. I understood that feeling. I was beginning to understand what to do with it. Tell her, Dex said eventually. He wasn't looking at me. About Blake. About what you're doing. I'm not doing anything yet, I said. I'm collecting. Tell her anyway, he said. She's been 49 hours of smiling through something that had your name on it too. She deserves to know that you're not just, he stopped. Found better words. Tell her you're paying attention. I stood up. Picked up my bag. I know, I said. I know you know, Dex said. Do it anyway. I walked out of the locker room into the corridor. The Zamboni was finishing its lap. The ice would be clean in 3 minutes, perfect, flat, the particular blankness of a surface that had been smoothed back to the start. I had a data point. I had a direction. I had a friend who had finally put down something he'd been carrying, which meant I was the only one still holding mine. I thought about Joy in her dorm room, smiling at whoever knocked on her door, breaking slightly more each hour. I walked faster. End of Chapter 15. All is lost. POV, Joy. He found me between classes on a Thursday. Not after practice, not in a corridor where the context would be obvious, not anywhere that would look like what it was. He found me on the main quad path with my bag over one shoulder and my coffee in my hand and the weak November sun doing its best, and he fell into step beside me with a smile that was calibrated to look like nothing. I read the smile in 3 seconds. I have been reading people my whole life. It is not a skill I cultivated, it is a thing that happened to me, the way some people develop perfect pitch or the ability to do fast mental math. You grow up in a house where the emotional weather changes without warning and you learn to read barometric pressure in a smile before the storm arrives. Blake Mercer's smile said, I have something and you don't know I have it yet. Joy, he said. Like we were acquaintances. Like we had a warmth between us that did not exist. Blake, I said. I did not slow my pace. He matched it easily, longer legs, unhurried, The gait of someone who had nowhere to be and had decided my direction was convenient. "Rough week," he said. "With the app thing?" "It's fine," I said. "Sure." He looked at the path ahead of us. "Casual. People say stuff. It blows over." A pause. "Timed. Must be hard though. Especially with everything else you've got going on." I kept walking. "Your mom," he said. Same tone. Same pleasant nothing voice. That was recent, right? Like a year and a half ago. I stopped walking. He stopped too. 2 beats later, like he'd been expecting it and was giving me room to arrive at the conversation he'd already set up. The quad was doing its normal Thursday thing around us. People moving between buildings, someone's music from a portable speaker, 2 guys throwing a football on the grass. The ordinary machinery of a campus afternoon. None of it had any interest in the specific cold thing that had just opened in the center of my chest. I looked at him. He looked back. The smile still there. Not aggressive, that was the specific quality of it, the thing that made it worse. It wasn't the smile of someone who wanted to fight. It was the smile of someone who had already won the fight by making sure there wasn't one. "Who told you that?" I said. My voice came out level. I was grateful for that. "People talk," he said. He shifted his bag strap. "Look, this isn't anything. I'm just saying." He looked at me with the pleasant nothing face and underneath it, just barely underneath it, the specific satisfaction of a person who has placed something exactly where they wanted it. "You should probably wrap up the project before more context gets misinterpreted." He smiled. "Just a thought." He walked away. I stood on the quad path and watched him go. The November sun kept doing its best. Someone's football sailed past the periphery of my vision. The campus machinery turned. I stood there until my coffee went cold in my hand. I went to practice. I wore my ribbons and I ran the warm-up and I called the formation and I counted beats out loud and I adjusted angles and I was good at it and no one saw a single thing wrong because there was nothing to see. The performance was complete. I had been running it for 18 months and it had never once failed to hold. I went home. Changed. Went to Dr. Park's office. I sat down in the chair and I crossed my legs and I held my bag on my lap like a shield and I told her about Blake in the voice I used for logistics. The quad. The smile. The information he shouldn't have had. The implication. I laid it out in clean, sequential order, the way you brief someone on a situation that has been assessed and catalogued and filed under, handled. Dr. Park listened. She let me finish. Then she said, "How do you feel?" "It's a manageable situation," I said. "He doesn't have anything that." "Joy," she said. "I'm fine." She didn't say anything. The box of tissue sat on the side table, exactly where it always sat. White box, blue pattern, the same one for the entire year I'd been coming to this office. I had looked at it every week. I had never touched it. "He knew about my mom," I said. The clinical voice cracked slightly on mom. I repaired it. "Which means it got from Nix to Dex to somewhere it shouldn't have gone, and now someone who doesn't." I stopped. Started again. He said it like it was something to be used. Like it was I stopped again. Like it was a weapon, Dr. Park said. Quiet, not inflaming it, just naming it so I didn't have to. "Yes," I said. The office was its usual small self around me. The potted plant. The 2 chairs. The window with its view of the campus path where people passed in coats and scarves, ordinary and unhurried, none of them inside this room. "And how does that feel?" Dr. Park said. I opened my mouth to say fine. I didn't say fine. What happened instead was something I hadn't planned and couldn't have stopped if I'd tried. My throat closed and my eyes filled and the breath I took to steady myself came back out wrong, broken in the middle, and the crying that I had not done in front of another person for 18 months arrived without warning and without my permission and was absolutely nothing like crying is in movies, which is to say it was ugly and it hurt and it didn't feel like release, it felt like something that had been held under pressure for so long that the release was painful and necessary and I had no control over any of it. Dr. Park did not move toward me. She did not reach across. She sat in her chair with the specific quality of presence that she had, solid and unfrightened, the kind of stillness that says this is allowed, this room can hold it, you are not too much for this space, and she let it happen. I cried about Blake for approximately 30 seconds. Then I stopped crying about Blake because Blake was not what I was crying about. I was crying about my mother's kitchen on a Sunday morning. About a radio on too low. About a light through a window over a sink that I would never stand in again. I was crying about a coffee cup left outside my door with no note on it, 3 floors up, left by someone who had stood in a line and carried it across campus and put it down without asking for credit. I was crying about the specific feeling of wanting something, wanting it the honest way, not as a project, not as a performance, just wanting it with your whole chest the way you want things before you learn what it costs, and the fact that wanting something and losing it had become, for me, the same event. So sequential that I'd stopped being able to locate the space between them. I said some of this out loud. Not all of it. The parts that made it out of my throat. Dr. Park listened to all of it. When I was done, when the room had gone quiet and my breathing had steadied and the tissue in my hand was destroyed and I had used 3 more from the box that had been full for a year, she said. You've been holding that for a long time. I know, I said. It needed somewhere to go. I know. I looked at the tissue. I didn't want it to be here. I know, she said. I'm glad it was. I sat with the decision on the walk home. Not the crying was done, the crying had been necessary, I had known it was coming in some form for months and it had come and the world had not ended. I sat with the decision that had arrived quietly somewhere in the middle of Dr. Park's office while I was still crying, the way some decisions arrive, not announced, not argued for, just present when the noise cleared enough to see them. The logic was simple and clean and I had no argument against it. I could not fix Nix if I was breaking myself doing it. Not because he wasn't worth it, he was. I knew that now with a clarity that had nothing to do with the project and everything to do with 2 a.m. libraries and sticky notes retrieved from trash cans and a photo in the back of a textbook. But because helping someone from a broken place didn't help them. It just made 2 broken people standing in the same room. And I was broken. I had been broken for 18 months and I had been so busy holding the wall up that I hadn't noticed the cracks spreading to the foundation. I needed to put something down. The project was the thing I could put down. It was not the same as putting him down, even though it would feel like it. I knew the difference. I was not sure he would. I found him at the library, his table, 3rd floor, where I had been showing up for weeks. He was there, book face up now, which I noticed and which meant something and which I was not going to think about right now. He looked up when I sat down. Read my face the way he read everything, quickly, without announcing it. What happened, he said. The project is over, I said. The library did its library hum around us. The climate system. The distant printer. A keyboard somewhere to the right. I had rehearsed nothing. I had decided not to rehearse because rehearsed things had a way of sounding like performances, and the one thing I owed him, the one thing we had built, brick by slow brick, over weeks of bad coffee and sticky notes and one 2 a.m. truth, was no performance. Not because of the screenshot, I said. Not because of Blake. Because I picked you for the wrong reasons and those reasons aren't gone yet and I can't keep doing this until they are. I looked at my hands. I needed to fix something I couldn't fix at home and you were available and broken and I told myself it was altruism and it wasn't. Not entirely. I looked up at him. You deserve someone who picked you for the right reasons. I'm getting there. I'm just not there yet. His face was doing nothing. That was the hard part, not the coldness of nothing, not the blankness of someone who had never been open. This was the nothing of someone closing a door they had just, slowly, over weeks, started to learn how to open. I could see the closing. I could see what it cost him. He said nothing. The nothing was the loudest thing in the room. I stood up. Picked up my bag. I'm sorry, I said. For the parts one got wrong. I walked out. I didn't look back. I did not look back because if I looked back and saw him still sitting there with his book open and his face closed I would sit back down and I was not going to sit back down. I had made the decision. The decision was the right one. I had made it with the clearest part of myself I could access and I was going to keep walking until my legs agreed with my brain. I walked down the stairs. Through the library doors. Out into the cold. The campus was doing its evening thing around me. Lights coming on in the buildings. Students moving toward dinner. The ordinary end of an ordinary Thursday. I put one foot in front of the other. Nix, later, his words, told to me in a parking lot under winter stars, months after. She smelled like vanilla and something I can't name. I sat there for a while after the door closed. Then I got up and stood in the stairwell window and watched her cross the quad. I stood there until she turned the corner. Then I stood there a while longer. I don't know why I did that. I do know why I did that. I just wasn't ready to say it yet. End of Chapter 16. Benched. POV, Nix. Coach Briggs doesn't knock. He opens my office door. It's a small meeting room off the main corridor of the athletic center, barely big enough for a desk and two chairs and the specific atmosphere of a conversation neither party is looking forward to, and he sits down and he puts his clipboard on the table and he looks at me with the direct, patient expression of a man who has been in this building for 22 years and has run out of detours. "You know why you're here," he said. "Yes," I said. "Then I'll be short." He put one hand flat on the clipboard. "You play first line Friday or you're off the roster." The room was quiet. "Not suspended," he said. "Not benched further. Off. The school cannot in good conscience carry a scholarship roster spot for someone using it as a form of self-punishment. That's not what the spot is for and it's not what you're for." He looked at me. "You're 21 years old. You have 2 semesters left here. You can spend them the way you've been spending them or you can spend them being what I know you are." He picked up his clipboard. "I'm not asking you to be grateful. I'm asking you to make a decision." He stood. "Friday. First line." He left. The room held the shape of what he'd said. I sat in it for a while. I drove home at 4 with the windows down despite the November cold because I needed the air moving and the radio off and the specific quality of road noise that doesn't require anything from you except forward motion. I sat in the parking lot of my apartment building for 10 minutes before going up. Rasputin was on the kitchen counter when I came in, which he was not supposed to be. He looked at me. I looked at him. Neither of us addressed the situation. I fed him. Sat at the kitchen table. Picked up my phone. My mother's contact. The photo I use for it is from 3 years ago, her in the Volgograd rink, that specific hand-pressed-to-glass gesture, frost breath, watching me through the barrier. I have never changed it because every time I think about changing it I decide the current one is fine. She answered on the second ring. "Nikita," she said. My full name, which she uses as a greeting rather than a correction, the way Russian mothers use full names, not stern, just complete. "Hi, Mama," I said. She waited. She is good at waiting. She has been waiting out my silences since I was 4 years old and developed strong opinions about when I wanted to talk, and she has never once pushed me into one before I was ready. It is her best quality. I have inherited 0 of it. I told her in Russian. It was not a decision, the language just came, the way it does when the thing you're saying is too large for the version of yourself that operates in English. The injury first, she knew the facts, the surgery, the recovery, but I told her the part she didn't know, the part one had not said to anyone except Joy in a library at 2 a.m. and Dex in an empty locker room. The choosing. The bench. The 14 months of deliberate retreat. Then the girl. I did not plan to tell her about the girl. She arrived in the telling anyway, the way she arrived in most things now, without announcement, already present by the time I noticed. I told her about sticky notes retrieved from trash cans. About a coffee left outside a door. About a library and 2 people telling the truth at 2 a.m. and the specific quality of the silence after. I told her about today. The project is over. Professional, kind, final. Walking away across the quad while I stood in a stairwell window and watched until she turned the corner and then stood there a while longer for reasons I was not ready to articulate at full volume. My mother was quiet for a moment after I finished. Then she said, and she said it without particular inflection, the way she says the things that cut cleanest. "You built a cage out of your own grief and called it protection." I said nothing. "I understand why," she said. "The shoulder was a real thing that happened. The loss of it was a real thing you lived through. I am not telling you the grief was wrong. She paused. I'm asking you what you are protecting yourself from now, Nikita. 14 months later. The shoulder is healed. The girl told you the truth about herself and you told her the truth about yourself and then she left before you could use it for anything. Another pause. What is the cage still protecting? I looked at the kitchen wall. Rasputin had moved from the counter to the chair across from me at some point. He was watching me. He had the expression he gets when he has decided a situation requires his full attention. I don't know, I said. Yes you do, my mother said. Not unkind. Just certain. I knew. I said, if I go back on the ice and it's not the same, if I'm not the same, then the injury wins. Not the physical one. The one you've been giving yourself, she said. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again her voice was softer, the version of her voice she saves for things she means completely. Nikita, she said. The ice was always yours. They can take your draft projection. They can take your position. They can take 14 months of your choosing to disappear. She stopped. They cannot take what you are on the ice. That lives in your body. It does not leave. Another pause. Go find out. We talked for a few minutes more. Ordinary things, her garden, my cousin's new apartment, a television show she was watching and couldn't understand the ending of. The easy layer of a conversation that has already done its real work. I said goodbye. She said she loved me. I said it back and did not have to decide anything about saying it, which is how you know a thing is true. I put my phone down. The rink at 2 a.m. My key. Coach Briggs' permission shaped by years of looking the other way. The specific sound of my blades on fresh ice in an empty building, the only honest sound left in the world, or close enough. I pushed off the boards. Not the careful way. Not the measured, deliberate way I'd been moving for 14 months, the way that kept the shoulder at distance, kept the effort calculated, kept the ice at arm's length even while I was standing on it. I pushed off the way I used to push off, full weight, full drive, legs finding the stride that my body had stored when I was 9 years old in a Volgograd rink with frost on the glass. I built speed. The far end came at me fast and I didn't slow for it. Cut left, hard, the edge biting the way it knew how to bite, and the shoulder took the full force of the turn, the full weight of the movement, and it held. I pushed harder. 2 laps, 3, and I was gasping now, the cold air burning in my throat, and my legs were telling me they had information I'd been ignoring for 14 months, and I let them tell me, I let all of it come up, the hunger and the grief and the specific fury of someone who has been holding themselves back from a room they belong in, and I pushed until there was nothing left to push with. I stopped at center ice. The stands were empty. The scoreboard was dark. The Hartwell Falcons logo was faded at my feet. My shoulder ached the way a worked muscle aches, clean, functional, the ache of something used rather than damaged. I stood in the middle of the ice with my chest heaving and my breath coming in clouds and I waited. I waited for it to break. For the old fear to come up, the specific one that had kept me on the bench for 14 months, the fear that if I put my full weight back into this and it failed me again, I would not have anything left to build with. It didn't come. What came instead was something I had not felt in long enough that I didn't recognize it immediately. It took me a moment, standing in a dark empty arena at 2 in the morning with my lungs burning and my edges true and the ice exactly as it had always been under my blades. It was the thing I had felt when I was 17 at regionals with 4 minutes left and the whole rink on its feet. Calm. The specific calm of a body that has been waiting for exactly this and has been ready all along. I stood at center ice in the dark and I breathed. Then I picked up my phone. Coach Briggs' contact. A text, typed and sent before the comm could think too hard about itself. I'm starting. I put the phone in my pocket. I skated one more lap, not hard, not measured. Just skating, the way I did it when I was 9 years old and it was the only thing in the world I wanted. Then I went home. End of Chapter 17. The Other Side of Joy. POV, joy. The hardest part about empty hands is noticing them. When you've been holding something for long enough, the holding becomes invisible. You stop feeling the weight because the weight is just the shape of normal. And then you put the thing down, or the thing gets taken, Or you decide on a Thursday afternoon in a library that you have to set it down before it pulls you all the way under, and suddenly you have hands and you don't know what to do with them. I noticed mine everywhere. Walking to class with nothing to plan. Sitting in the dining hall without my notebook open to the project tracker page. Checking my phone and not looking for a specific name in the message threads. The space where the project had been was the exact size and shape of a person, and it sat in the middle of everything I did and did not fill itself with anything else. Simone did not say "I told you so." I want to document that clearly because she had every right to say it, and she had been saying the quieter version of it for weeks, and she was correct and she knew she was correct. She did not say it once. What she did instead was put a blanket on the couch and order 2 portions of the Thai place and sit down next to me close enough that our shoulders touched, and she turned on the show we both pretended to be watching, and she stayed. We watched 2 episodes. Neither of us talked. Then the show ended. The apartment was quiet. The campus sounds outside the window, someone's music 3 floors above, the distant Saturday night movement of the building, went on doing their thing. Simone said, "Tell me about her." I looked at the blank screen. "Not the version you tell people," she said. "The real one." It was 3 in the morning by the time I finished. Not because I talked without stopping, because the real version has gaps in it, and the gaps require sitting, and sitting requires both of you to be willing to be in the room for the duration without filling it with something easier. Simone was willing. She has always been willing in ways I underestimate. I told her about my mother's voice. The specific quality of it on Sunday mornings, low and slightly rough, not a morning person but always awake first anyway because she said the early hours belonged to her. I told her about 2 years of watching that voice get quieter and slower and more careful, like the person using it was conserving something. I told her about the family sorting itself into roles under the weight of it, my brother, 17 and furious, shutting his door, my father, doing the logistics with the focused concentration of someone who needed a task to stand in front of the grief, and me. Me, in the kitchen, making breakfast. Answering when relatives called. Finding the right things to say to the neighbors. Being warm and present and steady because someone in the house needed to be those things and I was the one built for it, and I did not once stop to ask what I was built for versus what I had been assigned. I was angry, I said. This was the part one had not said out loud to anyone. Not Dr. Park, not even close. I was so angry. Not at her, never at her. At the fact that it was happening and nobody could stop it and I couldn't stop it, and I had spent 2 years telling everyone around me to hold on and be okay and believe in the good outcome, and I was wrong. The good outcome didn't come. And I had been so sure I could, if I was positive enough, if I held steady enough, if I was loud enough with the okayness, I thought, I stopped. I thought it was structural. Like positivity was a load-bearing wall, and if I kept it up the whole thing would hold. Simone put her arm around me. It didn't hold, I said. No, she said. And then she was gone and everyone needed me to keep being the load-bearing wall, and I did. I kept doing it because it was the only thing I knew how to do, and stopping felt like, if I stopped being okay then all of those months of being okay were a lie, and I couldn't let them be a lie, because she died at the end of them, and if they were a lie then. I ran out of the sentence. Simone's arm was around me and the apartment was quiet, and it was 3 in the morning and I was not crying this time. I was past the crying, I was in the specific place that is on the other side of it, raw and tired, and, underneath both of those things, something that might have been relief. I picked Nick's because grief recognizes grief, I said. Simone, I looked at him and I knew. I knew he was carrying something the exact same shape as mine. Different details, same weight. And I thought if I could get him to put his down, I could pretend mine was lighter. I looked at the blank TV screen. It wasn't altruism. I was using him to feel less alone in a thing I hadn't admitted I was in. I know, Simone said. I know you know. I know you know I know, she said. Quiet. I've been watching you carry it since October of last year. We sat with that. Then she said, the reason it hurt when you had to let go. Simone. Let me finish, she said. The reason it hurt isn't because the project mattered. It's because he mattered. Past the project. Past the reasons you picked him. Something real got built in there and you know it and you ended it anyway, and that's, she paused. That's not a mistake. That's you being honest about what you needed, and that's the bravest thing you've done in 18 months. But it still hurts for real reasons. I looked at the ceiling. He retrieved a sticky note from the trash, I said. I left a note on his gear bag, day 1, just a stupid day 1 note, and he threw it away. And then he found it in his pocket. He had no memory of getting it back, but he had it. I paused. He told me that at 2 a.m. in the library, and I stopped. What do you do with a person who retrieves things from the trash without knowing why? Generally, Simone said, you wait for them to figure out why. Simone went to bed at 4. I lay on the couch under the blanket she'd put there, and I looked at the ceiling and I breathed. Not performing the breath. Not using it to hold anything up. Just breathing, which turned out to be enough. My phone was on the coffee table, face down. I had put it face down at 10 o'clock and not touched it since, and I was going to continue not touching it until morning, because morning was when I would be better equipped to handle whatever it contained. I lasted until 4:15. I picked it up. 14 notifications. 11 were normal campus things. 2 were Simone sending links to sad funny memes at 3:30 a.m., which meant she had not actually gone fully to sleep and had been sending me things from her room in case I needed them. 1 was from the Bets app. I should not have opened it. I knew I should not open it. I opened it. The original wager was gone, archived, it said, results inconclusive, both parties ongoing. In its place a new post, clearly from someone who had been following the whole thread from the beginning. It had gone up 2 hours ago. Update on the Callaway/Vasiliev situation, project is apparently concluded. Updating the final prop bet accordingly. Will they end up together? Previous odds, 55-45 yes. New odds. 80/20ths. Yes. I stared at those numbers in the 4:15 in the morning dark. 80% of anonymous Hartwell, people who had been watching from the outside, people who had no access to 2 a.m. libraries or coffee cups left outside doors or sticky notes retrieved from trash cans without conscious decision. 80% of them had looked at the whole picture from the outside and moved their probability up after the ending. Not down. Up. As if the ending was part of the story rather than the conclusion of it. I put the phone face down again. I lay on the couch in the dark and I thought about that for a while. Then I did the thing Dr. Park had asked me to do 3 weeks ago and I hadn't been able to do then. I let my mother's kitchen exist. Sunday morning. Radio too low to hear the words. Light through the window over the sink. Her voice from the other room, slightly rough, not a morning person but always first awake anyway because the early hours belonged to her. I let it be there. It hurt. It was real. It was mine. I kept breathing. In the other room, at some point after 4, Simone's phone buzzed. I heard it, the specific vibrate of a text on a hard surface, and I heard the pause that meant she was reading it, and then the longer pause that meant she was deciding what to do about it. I heard her type something back. The thing about Simone and Dex that neither of them would discuss directly with me until weeks later was this: it started as a logistics text. He had sent it looking for my welfare, the way Dex sent things, without strategy, just because he wanted to know if I was okay, and Joy seemed like the kind of person Simone would know the answer to. He said he'd heard the project ended. He said he was sorry. He said that Nix was, and then a long pause in the text that she described to me later, a pause that stretched to 4 full minutes before the rest of it arrived. Nix was dealing with something and she should probably know he was still in it, whatever that meant to her. Simone sat in the dark of our room with her phone and read that and typed back, "She's okay. She's sad but she's okay." A pause. Then, "How is he?" Dex, honest answer. Simone, always. Dex, like someone found the one door he'd been leaving open and he just watched it close from the inside. Simone looked at her screen for a long moment. Then she typed, "That's a very specific observation. Dex, I've been watching him do it with everything else for 2 years. Different door. Same look. Simone, what does he do when he's in that place?" Dex, "Usually nothing. He just stays there until something makes him move." Another pause. Then Dex, again, "I think this time might be different. I think she made it different. He just doesn't know it yet." Simone put her phone down. Looked at the ceiling of our room. Then she picked it up and typed one more thing. "For the record, I have feelings about this conversation. A long pause. Longer than the others. Then Dex, for the record, so do I. We should probably talk about that. Probably, Simone typed. Not at 4 in the morning though. Fair. Tomorrow. Maybe, Simone wrote, which both of them understood perfectly well meant yes. She put her phone down. Lay on her back. Stared at the ceiling with the expression of someone who has just discovered a problem they are not, at 4 in the morning, equipped to solve. From the living room, no sound. I had finally, quietly, fallen asleep. The campus went on doing its 4 in the morning thing outside the window. In a rink somewhere across campus, a set of headphones sat on a gear bag hook and used. A man who had retrieved things from trash cans without knowing why was deciding, for the first time in 14 months, what to do with hands that finally had somewhere to go. 80-20. Yes. The campus had voted. The campus was going to have to wait. End of Chapter 18. First line. POV, Nix. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the absence of noise, the rink was not silent, it never is, there's always the ambient machinery of a building that runs on ice and cold and the movement of 20 bodies finding their footing on a Tuesday morning. I mean the specific silence that fell over the Hartwell Falcons when I skated out to the first line position for warm-up and stayed there. It lasted about 4 seconds. Then Dex, from the left circle where he was taking shots, said, loud, no preamble, the way Dex does everything, there he is. 2 other players looked up. Then back down. Then up again, longer this time, the way you look at something when your first reading of it doesn't match what you expected to see. I kept skating. Blake was already at the right side of the line when I took the center position. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He stood at his dot and looked at me with the flat, considered expression of someone who has been running a calculation and has just received new data that changes the result but not the calculation itself. His jaw was set. His shoulders were back. Everything about his body said, I see this and I'm not moving. I looked at him. I looked at the ice. I took my position. Coach Briggs called the first drill. We ran it. The thing about 14 months on the bench is that it gives you an extraordinary amount of time to watch. I had watched every practice. Every drill. Every play run from every angle, every line combination, every defensive scheme, every tendency the team had developed in the time since I'd stopped being part of it in any meaningful way. I had watched Blake run the plays I knew better than he did. I had watched the gaps, the half-second delays, the weight shifts, the positions that were technically correct and fundamentally slow. I had not been able to do anything about any of it. Now I was on the ice. The first play came my way and I read it 3 steps before it arrived, saw the gap open on the right before the defenseman knew it was there, thread the pass not to where Dex was but to where Dex was going to be, and Dex got there and put it on net and looked back at me with an expression I had not seen on his face since sophomore year. Not surprise. Something past surprise. Something that looked like relief. The next play I pulled wide, drew 2 defenders, opened the left lane completely. The shot that went in off the pass was not mine and did not need to be mine. The assist was the correct play. I had always understood that the assist was the correct play. Hockey is not about who scores, it is about who reads the room well enough to know who should. Blake received one of those passes. Clean, precise, timed to where his feet already were rather than where he'd have to move. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, the hesitation of someone who had not expected the pass and did not entirely know what to do with receiving a clean opportunity from the person whose position he'd taken. He shot. It went in. He did not look at me. I did not look at him. I went back to my position and I waited for the next play. Practice ran 90 minutes. By the 40-minute mark, the cautious quiet the team had started with had shifted into something different. Not loud. Hockey players are not a demonstrative group when something is working, they're superstitious about it, they don't want to name the good thing and have it stop. But the quality of the ice changed. The plays got sharper. The hesitations got shorter. When you put a player who reads the game 3 steps ahead into a line, everyone on that line starts reading 2 steps ahead because they have to, because the pace is suddenly faster and the options are suddenly wider and the whole system upgrades. I could feel it happening in real time. My body knew this. That was the thing I'd been most afraid of, that 14 months would have taken something fundamental, that the instincts would have dulled or the reads would be slow or the shoulder would hesitate at the wrong moment and all of the 2 a.m. rink sessions would turn out to be private theater with no practical application. None of that happened. The shoulder held. The reads were clean. The ice was exactly what it had always been under my blades. My mother had told me the ice was always mine. She was right. She is usually right. I have spent a significant portion of my life arriving at conclusions she reached before me. Briggs blew the final whistle. The team cleared, the usual post-practice dispersal, equipment dragging, the collective body language of people who had worked hard and knew it. Good noise. The specific kind that happens when a practice went the way it was supposed to. Blake left the ice without looking at me. I noted this and filed it. I stayed on the ice. I don't know why I stayed. The same reason I always stayed, maybe, the ice was honest and the locker room was not, and I needed a few more minutes in the honest place. I did a slow lap. Not working, just moving, the way you breathe at the end of something hard. Dex sat down on the bench. I finished my lap and stopped near him. He was quiet for a while. He had his water bottle in both hands and his skates still on and he was looking at the ice with the expression he gets when he has something to say and is deciding how to say it. Briggs was watching you the whole time, he said. Not the you kind of watching, the other kind. The tracking something kind. I know, I said. Mercer knew it too. He took a drink. He ran every play you gave him clean. Even the ones I think he wanted to drop just on principle. I know. Because he's good, Dex said. Even when it would have served him to be bad. He's good, I said. That was never the argument. Dex nodded. He turned the water bottle in his hands. Another pause, the comfortable kind we'd had for 2 years, the ones that didn't need filling. Then, she's going to be at the championship. I kept my eyes on the ice. I know, I said. Are you going to do something about that? The rink hummed around us. The Zamboni was parked at the far end, waiting for its turn. The boards reflected the overhead lights in long, pale strips across the ice. I thought about a library at 2 a.m. About the way she'd said I can't find the seam anymore. About a sticky note in my jacket pocket that I had not retrieved intentionally and had not thrown away again. I'm working on it, I said. Dex said nothing. He had the particular quality of silence he got when the silence was the entire response, when he had said the thing and I had said the thing and everything else was my responsibility. I skated one more lap. Then I went in. The campus bookstore closed at 8. I got there at 7:45. I knew exactly what I was looking for and I found it in 2 minutes, the marker section, the gold ones, the same shade she used on every sticky note and notebook margin and small drawn sun she had ever left on my gear bag. I picked one up. Looked at it. I bought it. I stood in the parking lot of the bookstore at 7:50 with a gold marker in my hand and I was fully aware of exactly how far gone I was. I had walked into a store specifically to buy a writing implement in a specific color so that I could write something on a small piece of paper in the color that she would recognize. I had done this deliberately, with full information about what it meant, without flinching from what it meant. I had not flinched in 2 weeks. Since the locker room with Dex. Since the rink at 2 a.m. Since the text to Briggs. Something had shifted in the architecture of how I moved through things and I didn't have a clean word for it except, forward. I went home. Sat at the kitchen table. Took a sticky note from the pad Dex kept by the fridge. Uncapped the gold marker. I wrote one line. I looked at it. It was the right line. It was the only line. It was specific and true and it said exactly one thing without trying to say more than one thing, which was as close to articulate as I was able to be about a situation I had been inside for months without a word for it. I capped the marker. I did not send the note yet. Rasputin appeared from the hallway and jumped onto the table and sat directly on top of the sticky note. Off, I said. He stared at me. Rasputin. He adjusted his position so that only 3 paws and most of his body weight were on the note. That's not better, I said. He closed his eyes. I left the note on the table and went to bed. I fell asleep without effort, which had not happened in a long time. End of. Chapter 19. Pre-game. POV, joy. 7 people told me before I asked anyone. That was the number, by Thursday of championship week, of separate people who had approached me in some context: dining hall, practice, the main quad, the library, the line at the cafe where the machine was finally, belatedly fixed, and said some version of, "Did you hear about Vasiliev? He's starting first line." He's been, and then a pause, always a pause, while they tried to find the right word for whatever they'd seen at practice or heard from someone who'd been at practice. Terrifying. That was the word most of them landed on. He's terrifying to watch. Like, where did that come from? I knew where it came from. I did not say this. I said, "That's great, and the team must be excited," and I moved on, and I did not let myself think about it too directly because thinking about it directly felt like standing at the edge of something I wasn't ready to stand at the edge of. The championship game was Saturday. I was performing, full squad, full routine, front and center, the home opener setup we'd been building since September. I had things to do. I had ribbons to coordinate and counts to confirm and a sophomore with a back tuck to encourage through the final rehearsal without making the encouragement feel like pressure. I had things to do that were not thinking about Niks Vasiliev on the first line. I was doing those things. I was not successfully not thinking about him, but I was successfully performing not thinking about him, which was a distinction I had made my whole life and usually held up fine under inspection. Championship Saturday arrived with the specific quality of days that the campus had been building toward: a pressure in the air, a collective forward lean, people in blue and gold moving across campus with the electric agitation of a community that had decided today mattered. I got to the arena 2 hours before the game. The squad warm-up was at 4. I was there at 3:30 because I am always early and because the building had a quality at 3:30 that it didn't have at 4, the calm before the thing, the arena empty except for the groundskeeping crew doing final ice prep, the sound of a building taking its last quiet breath. I walked the floor space we'd be using. Counted out the counts I'd been counting in my sleep for 3 weeks. Ran the opening sequence in my head without moving, which is a thing I do, see it fully before I do it, so that when I do it my body already knows. My hands were steady. My counts were clean. I went to the performer's locker room to change. The wall between the performer's locker room and the team locker room was a shared wall. I had known this in the abstract, it was the same wall every home game, nothing unusual, but tonight, with my ribbons half-tied and my mind doing the thing it was supposed to not be doing, I noticed it the way I sometimes notice things too late. The team was already in there. I could hear the specific shape of pre-game energy through the wall, not the words, just the register of it. Higher than usual. Building the way things build when the stakes are real and the room knows it. Someone's music for a while, cut off. A voice I didn't know, then several voices overlapping. The rhythms of a group of people talking themselves into being ready. I tied the second ribbon. Shook them out. Checked the length. The voices through the wall shifted. Coach Briggs' voice, I recognized the cadence of it even muffled by drywall, the clipped authority of it. Something about execution. About staying in the system. Then quiet. Then one voice. Dry, low, not performing anything. I couldn't hear the words. I heard the voice, the specific quality of it, the unhurried directness, the way it didn't reach for the ceiling the way motivational speeches reached. It came from somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that knew what it was talking about and didn't need the room to be louder to be convincing. The team erupted. Not politely. Not in the clipped, professional way of athletes acknowledging something correct. Full, real, the eruption of 20 people hearing a thing that hit them exactly where it was meant to. My hands went still on my second ribbon. I stood in the performer's locker room in my uniform with my ribbons half-tied and I listened to the shape of it through the wall, the way it built and then settled, the way it turned into the specific noise of a team that had just become something more aligned than it had been 60 seconds ago. I knew that voice. I finished tying my ribbon. I picked up my pom-poms from the bench. I told my hands to be steady and they were steady because they have always been steady when I needed them to be and tonight I needed them to be. I was about to push open the locker room door when something on the floor stopped me. A rectangle of yellow. Small. Tucked under the door from the corridor side, pushed through the gap between door and floor. Not an accident. Delivered deliberately, to this specific door, at this specific time. I crouched down. Gold marker. Not my gold marker, mine was in my bag on the bench, capped, where it always was. This gold was a slightly different shade, campus bookstore variety, the kind you bought in a 2-pack from the art supply section. One line. Printed clearly, the way someone writes when they want to be sure it's legible. I retrieved the glitter pen from the trash 4 times. In case you needed a data point. I read it once. I read it again. I sat on the floor of the performer's locker room in my uniform with my pom-poms across my knees, and I read that line until it stopped being words and started being something else, the entire architecture of the last weeks compressed into one sentence, one piece of evidence, the specific kind that didn't ask anything from me and didn't wait for a response, just put itself down and said, "Here. This is real. File it." From the corridor outside I could hear the building filling. The crowd noise starting to build. The pre-game announcer running through his sound check. The machinery of a championship game moving toward its hour. My squad would be looking for me in 3 minutes. I got up. I put the sticky note in the small zippered pocket of my uniform, the one that held my phone during performances, tight against my hip, nothing coming loose. I checked my ribbons one last time. I pushed the door open. I walked out. The arena was almost full by the time we took our position. 1,800 people in Hartwell blue and gold, building the kind of noise that starts in individual voices and becomes something collective before you notice the transition. I had stood in this building at this volume for 3 years. I knew how to let it go through me rather than hit me. Tonight I let it go through me and I looked at the ice. The team was warming up. I let my eyes move across the blue and gold jerseys, the numbers, the positions, the practiced efficiency of 20 athletes running the pregame patterns they'd run 1,000 times. I found number 17 before I had made the decision to look for it. He was at the far end doing edge work, not warm-up drills, just edges, the way I'd seen him do it in the 2 a.m. dark of an empty rink without knowing anyone was watching. Clean, certain, a body that knew what it was on the ice and was not performing that knowledge for anyone. I watched him for exactly 5 seconds. Then I turned back to my squad, counted us in, and we began. The routine ran clean. 22 counts of 8, opening sequence through the pyramid, full rotation, the sophomore with the back tuck landed it perfectly and I felt it in my chest the same way I always felt it when something I'd helped build ran exactly the way it was built to, not pride, something quieter and more complete than pride. Something that was just, good. That was good. The crowd responded. They always responded to clean work, even when they didn't know the technical specifics, because clean work reads the same in any room. I held my finishing position and I was smiling and the smile was real. Somewhere in the stands, 80% of the anonymous betting public of Hartwell University had voted on what happened next. The second period was 45 minutes away. The note was in my pocket. I kept my feet under me and I waited for the game to begin. End of Chapter 20. On the ice. POV, Knicks. The first shift lasted 47 seconds and I knew, 30 seconds in, that I had been wrong about something for 14 months. Not about the injury. Not about the surgery or the recovery or the specific mechanical facts of a shoulder that had been broken and repaired and tested in an empty rink at 2 a.m. until it proved it would hold. I had been wrong about whether I wanted this. Not could want it. I had told myself the wanting was the problem, that wanting something this much was the vulnerability I was managing, that the bench was protection against the specific cost of full investment. I had built a very complete case for that position and I had lived inside it for over a year. The first 47 seconds of my first shift at center ice in 14 months dismantled the case completely. I didn't just want this. I had always wanted this. The wanting hadn't diminished on the bench, it had accumulated, the way water builds behind a dam, and now it was moving and the force of it was something I had not budgeted for and could not have. I didn't try to contain it. I played. The first period belonged to reading. Not me reading, though I was reading, constantly, the way I always did, the ice 3 steps ahead of everyone on it. I mean the other team reading me. They had a pre-game scouting report that did not include me. I had been a benchwarmer for 14 months, I was not in their preparation, I was not a variable they had calculated. They recalculated in real time. I watched it happen from the inside. The first shift, they treated me as unknown. The second, 2 of their defensemen started adjusting their positioning based on what I'd done in the first. The third, their coach had clearly communicated something because the whole defensive structure shifted a half step in my direction. Every time they adjusted, I had already moved. It was not arrogance. I want to be precise about this. It was the thing that happened when you had watched a sport from the outside for 14 months with nothing to do but understand it better than you had before. I did not know their system better than they did. I knew the game better than their system had prepared for. Each play I ran was the simplest play available. The correct pass, not the impressive one. The position that created the most options for the most players, not the position that made me most visible. 3 times in the first period I set up shots I could have taken myself and didn't, because the geometry was better from someone else's stick. Dex scored twice off my setups. He looked at me each time the way he had at practice, past surprise, into something that looked like a wound healing. With 4 minutes left in the first, I took a shot of my own. Not because the moment was right for a statement. Because the geometry was clean, the angle was there, and holding it for someone else to use would have been the wrong play. It went in off the post. The arena reacted and I was already skating back to position because a goal is the beginning of the next play, not the end of the current one. Between periods, Coach Briggs said 3 sentences. They're adjusting to Vasiliev. A pause. Let them. Another pause. He adjusts faster. He left the room. I sat with my water in my shoulder, which ached with the clean ache of full use, nothing structural, nothing wrong, and I thought about the first period. What held? What needed to change? The specific things I'd felt in the third shift that told me the second period would run differently. Blake was across the room. He had played his side of the line with the focused, neutral professionalism of someone who had decided to put everything else down for the duration of the game and just play. I respected it. I was not going to perform warmth I didn't have, but I could respect it without performing it. He caught me looking. His jaw worked slightly. Good first period, he said. Not generously. Factually. You too, I said. He looked back at his water bottle. That was the whole thing. We both left it there and went back to the game. The second period was 11 minutes old when Blake made his move. I saw it coming the way I see most things, not in time to stop it, in time to know. He had been setting it up for 3 shifts. Working the right edge, just slightly more physical than the play required, building the context so that when the moment arrived it was technically legal because everything that preceded it had been technically legal. The moment arrived at 11 minutes and 40 seconds. I had the puck in the neutral zone. He came from my left, the old side, the shoulder that had a history, and the angle was specific. Not random. Not the improvised contact of a fast game. The angle was chosen, timed, aimed at the exact point that a person with a very good memory and no concern for anything except the result he wanted would aim for. The contact hit. The shoulder took it. For 1 full second I did not know. There is a window after an impact like that where the body hasn't decided yet what to report, where the nerves are gathering information and the brain is waiting for the verdict and everything is on hold. I went down. The ice came up fast. I got one arm out, caught myself, and the world tilted and stopped moving and I was on one knee on the ice with my weight on my good hand and the arena went completely, totally, utterly silent. The silence was the worst part. Not the shoulder was registering pain in the clean, functional way I'd been training it to, nothing structural, nothing that felt like the first time. The shoulder was fine. I knew, in the first 2 seconds, that the shoulder was fine. The silence was 1,800 people who had just watched a body fall on ice and did not know what it meant yet. I took 1 breath. 2. I pressed my weight into the bad side. The shoulder held. I started to get up. In the stands. I am telling you what I know from afterward. I was not in the stands. I was on the ice and I was getting up and I did not see what happened in the stands in those 30 seconds while I was down. What I know is this. Joy Calloway was on her feet before the arena processed what it had seen. Not the crowd rising together on their feet. Before that. A single person standing in row 7 while everyone else was still sitting, while the arena still had the held breath of a collective that hadn't decided what to feel yet. Simone's hand found her arm. Joy was not looking at Simone. She was looking at the ice. Her words, later, in a parking lot under winter stars. I didn't decide to stand. My body decided. You were down and my body stood up and my hands were shaking and I didn't. She stopped. I've been telling myself for 3 weeks that what I felt was about the project and not about you. And then you went down and I was standing and Simone's hand was on my arm and I couldn't feel her hand because every single part of me was looking at the ice where you were and not moving. And then you got up, I said, asterisk. And then you got up, she said, asterisk. I got up. The arena exhaled. I was upright on the ice with my stick in my hand and my shoulder aching cleanly and the game still happening around me, and I looked at the puck, and I found it, and I went after it. The arena came back to full noise. All of it, all 1,800 people, all at once. I did not look at the stands. I already knew. End of Chapter 21. Stay. POV, Joy. I told them I was family. Not a friend. Not his spirit liaison, not his project assignment, not the cheerleader from the Bets app. I walked up to the medical staff corridor under the arena with my pom-poms still in my hand and my ribbons coming loose and I looked the attendant at the door directly in the eye and I said, I'm family. I need to go in. She looked at me. At the uniform. At the pom-poms. I did not look away. I did not add anything. I did not qualify or explain or construct a case. I just held the statement and let it take up the full space of what I was saying, because it was true in the way that mattered, not legally, not biologically, but in the specific way that means, this person goes down and I'm already standing. This person is still on the ice and I am already here. She stepped back. I went in. The medical room under the arena is small and functional and lit with the kind of overhead lighting that has no interest in softening anything it illuminates. A table. Equipment along the wall. 2 staff members who looked up when I came in and then looked at the person behind me, Simone, who had followed without being asked, who had taken the pom-poms from my hand somewhere in the corridor and was holding them both now, mine and hers, like she knew I needed my hands free. Nix was on the table. He had his eyes closed and his jersey still on and his right arm across his chest, holding the shoulder the way you hold something you are checking on rather than protecting. The team doctor was at his side doing the initial assessment, talking, asking questions, pressing carefully. Nix was answering in the flat, factual way he answered things he did not find emotionally interesting. I stopped inside the door. I stood there and I looked at him and the specific terror that had lived in my chest from the moment he went down on the ice, that cold, specific, targeted terror that had nothing to do with the project and nothing to do with anything except that this particular person had gone down on ice and my body had stood up before my brain had a thing to say about it. That terror was still there but it was changing shape. Moving from the acute form to the slower, deeper form. The kind that lives in the chest after the emergency is over and the body hasn't gotten the message yet. His eyes opened. He looked at the ceiling first. Then he turned his head and looked at the door and he found me. He stared. You're not supposed to be in here, he said. I know, I said. He looked at me for a moment. The doctor kept working. Nix's eyes stayed on my face. Joy, he said. Nix, I said. The room was quiet except for the doctor's low professional murmur, words like range of motion and no structural compromise and significant bruising that I was registering in the outer layer of my hearing while the rest of me was entirely occupied with the 10 feet between the door and the table. I crossed it. I stopped at the side of the table. He was looking up at me and I was looking down at him and there were about 8 inches of air between us and neither of us had anything to say that would fit in 8 inches of air, so we didn't say anything at all. The doctor finished her assessment. She said something to the staff member behind me about ice packs and a follow-up and the words moved through the room and out of it. Then the room was quieter. Shoulders bruised, Nix said. Not re-injured. I know, I said. I heard her. You came in here anyway. I was already in here. He looked at me. Something in his face was doing the thing it did when he was arriving at the end of a long internal process, not the open arrival, not the announced one, the quiet kind. The kind where a person finishes a calculation they've been running for a long time and the answer is simpler than all of the math that preceded it. I retrieved that pen 4 times, he said. It came out like a confession. The specific tone of something said after being held a long time, not unburdened, exactly, but placed. Set down in the open where it could be what it was. I know, I said. The note said. I should have said it sooner, he said. Yes, I said. He reached out. His hand found mine, not searching, not tentative, the way you reach for something you have located and are done waiting to touch. His fingers wrapped around mine and I let them, and my hands were shaking slightly, which I had not told them to do, which they were doing anyway because the body does not wait for permission when the thing it has been waiting for finally arrives. Not from fear. I want to be clear about that. The shaking was not fear. It was the specific physical experience of something that has been held under pressure for months finally being released, the way pressure sounds like nothing and then suddenly it's sound and there's no more containing it. His hand was warm. Steady. The hand of someone who had decided something and was done being uncertain about it. The project's over, he said. Yes, I said. So this isn't that. No, I said. Good. His thumb moved once across the back of my hand. One slow stroke. I need it to not be that. I looked at him. At the flat dark eyes that had been watching me since day one with the attention of someone who read things carefully and filed them correctly. At the face that had gone from a closed door to a door left open by increments over weeks and weeks until here we were, his hand in mine, his shoulder bruised but whole, neither of us in the right place at the right time for the wrong reasons anymore. It's not that, I said. It hasn't been that for a while. I know, he said. From the far side of the room, Simone said nothing. She was by the door with both sets of pom-poms and the expression of a person who has been correct about something for months and is experiencing the specific private satisfaction of watching it resolve. She did not say "I told you so." She would not say it tonight, or tomorrow, or possibly ever. She would simply carry it in the particular quality of her silence the next time the subject came up, and that would be enough. It was enough. The arena above us erupted. Not a single reaction, a building-wide one, the kind that starts in one part of a crowd and takes over the whole structure before you know it's coming. The kind that moves through walls and floors and finds you in the rooms below and shakes the ceiling above you with the weight of 1,800 people on their feet at once. The team had won. I felt it in the floor before I heard it fully. Then I heard it, the roar coming through the walls in waves, the announcer's voice riding over the top of it, the specific shape of a celebration that meant it was over and it had gone the right way. Nix closed his eyes. I watched his face change, watched the thing that had been braced in it since I'd walked in soften by degrees until what was left was something I had seen only once before, at 2 a.m. in a library on a night we had both told the truth. Unguarded. Real. I didn't move. He didn't move. The arena above us kept celebrating, the noise building and building, more waves, the announcer saying something about the Hartwell Falcons and the final score and the word champions arriving through the ceiling like it belonged to someone else's story. Our hands stayed where they were. Neither of us moved toward the door. The win was up there. The team was up there. The blue and gold noise and the celebration and the everything after of a season that had just finished at the top of its arc, all of it was up there, going on without us, exactly as it should. We stayed here. End of. Chapter 22. Accountability. POV, Nix. I was not present for most of it. That is, I think, the correct way to handle institutional accountability. You surface the thing correctly, you hand it to the machinery built to process it, and then you step back and let the machinery do what machinery does when it's given accurate information and enough documentation to act on. Intervention is for problems that institutions can't solve. Blake Mercer was not that kind of problem. Blake Mercer was precisely the kind of problem that a 22-year-old Code of Conduct committee existed to handle. Dex had built the documentation over 2 weeks. Not dramatically. Not a confrontation scene, not a moment where someone waved a phone in someone's face across a crowded room. Just Dex, who was a first-line center with a 3.4 GPA and a constitutionally good memory, writing things down as they occurred and cross-referencing them with the 3 other players who had observed the same patterns and had not known what to do with the observation until someone asked. The screenshot post. The sports blog leaks. A message thread that Dex had been included in accidentally, the kind of accident that happens when someone is copying in a group and doesn't check the full address list, that made the intent visible in Blake's own words. Dex handed it to Coach Briggs on Sunday morning. Briggs took it to the athletic director. The athletic director called a meeting. I was not at that meeting. I was told about it afterward by Briggs in the same short, factual sentences he used for everything else, which was exactly how I wanted to receive the information. Blake was suspended from the championship celebration. A formal conduct review would begin after the semester break. Given the documented pattern and the specific nature of the blog leaks, which the athletic department's communications office had confirmed traced to a single source, the outcome of the review was, per Briggs, not ambiguous. He would likely transfer. I received this information, thanked Briggs for handling it, and walked out. I found Dex at the celebration. The championship celebration was in the campus athletic center, which had been transformed for the evening in the specific way athletic centers get transformed for events: banners, a DJ, the smell of catered food over rubber floors, most of the student body in blue and gold, and the particular noise of a crowd that had been waiting all season to make it. Dex was near the entrance when I found him, holding a plate of food and talking to a sophomore defenseman about something that was making the sophomore defenseman laugh. He saw me coming and said something to the sophomore, who moved off, and turned. "Briggs talked to you," he said. "Yes," I said. "And?" "It's handled," I said. He nodded. He ate something off his plate. He was doing the thing he did when he was waiting to see if more was coming, the patient version of Dex, which was less bouncy than the normal version but had the same quality of attention. "Thank you," I said. He looked at me. Then he pointed at me with his fork and said, "Don't make it weird." "It's already weird," I said. "Fair," he said. He ate something else. "She's here, by the way. Joy. She came with Simone." He tilted his head toward the far side of the room. "She's been over there for a while." "I know," I said. "Are you going to?" "Yes," I said. "I'm going to need more information then." "Dex." "I'm just saying." "Dex." He pointed at me again. "You were on the first line and you were terrifying, and I've been waiting for that for 2 years, so I need you to know I saw it." I looked at him. This person who had been in my corner for 2 years without making a production of it, who had fed me information about a girl in a library and answered questions at 7:30 in the morning and held a guilt I hadn't known about for 700 days and put it down when the time was right. "I know," I said. "I saw you see it." He pressed his mouth together. Nodded twice. "Go find her," he said. I went to find her. She wasn't inside. I checked the main room, the side corridor, the area near the food tables where Simone was standing, Simone, who saw me from across the room and did the specific thing she did with her face when she was being deliberately unreadable and pointed, without expression, toward the exit. I went outside. The steps of the athletic center faced the east side of campus. This was a minor architectural oversight on someone's part. They faced the loading dock rather than the quad, which meant they were not anyone's first choice for sitting, which meant they were currently empty except for one person. Joy was on the third step from the bottom. Her cheer uniform, her gold ribbons loose now, undone from the braids and hanging over one shoulder in a way that meant she'd taken them down herself and hadn't found somewhere to put them. Her pom-poms were nowhere. She had her arms loosely around her knees and her face tilted up at the sky. The December cold was doing its thing. Our breath made small clouds. The campus sounds from the other side of the building were muffled and distant, the celebration going on without us, exactly as it had in the medical room. I sat down next to her. Not a gap away. Next to her, the way you sit next to someone you have run out of reasons to keep a gap from. Our shoulders touched. She didn't move away. I didn't move away. We sat on the steps of the athletic center in the cold with the stars, actual stars, December clear, the sky doing what it does when the semester is almost over and the campus quiets down at the edges, doing their thing above us. Neither of us said anything for a while. That was fine. Silence between us had been a language for months. We spoke it well. From the far side of the building, at the celebration that was very much still happening, 2 people sat down in a corner booth of the overflow cafe space the athletic center had opened for the night. Dex Moreau and Simone Archer. The booth was, specifically, the corner booth, the same one Joy and I had occupied in week 2 over terrible coffee from a broken machine, the one the Bets app had photographed and called tectonic plates. The machine was fixed now. The coffee was marginally better. Neither of them commented on this. What followed, and I know this because both of them told me their version of it, separately, in the weeks that came after, and the two versions were so different in tone and so identical in fact that the truth of it was easy to locate in the middle, was a conversation that started as logistics. Dex said, "She doing okay?" Simone said, "Better than okay." A pause. "He found her outside." "Yeah," Dex said. They sat with that for a moment. Simone said, "You're a good friend to him." Dex looked at his coffee. "I try." "You are," she said. "Not softening it, not making it into something. Just, that's true and I'm saying it." He looked up. She was watching him with the direct, calibrated attention she brought to most things, the one that made people feel both seen and slightly evaluated. He had been the subject of it several times over the past weeks, in corridors, at the edge of practice, on the phone at 4 a.m, and it had not, he said, gotten less unsettling. "You're terrifying," he told her. "I know," she said. "I mean that as a compliment," he said. "I know," she said again. The corner of her mouth moved. He looked at that corner. Looked away. Back again. Dex Moreau, who had the self-containment of a golden retriever in a room full of tennis balls, sat in the corner booth and looked at the corner of Simone Archer's mouth and said, with the specific bravery of a person who had spent 2 years watching his best friend protect himself from the cost of wanting things and had recently watched that policy get dismantled by a girl with gold ribbons and a sticky note. "I'd like to get coffee. Actual coffee, not like this. Just coffee. With you. If that's okay," Simone said. He blinked. "That was fast." "I've been waiting for you to say it for 6 weeks," she said. He stopped. "You could have said it." "I know," she said. "I was waiting to see if you would." He looked at her for a moment with the expression of someone recalibrating several things at once. Then he picked up his coffee and drank it and said, 6 weeks. "Approximately," she said. "You're definitely terrifying," he said. She smiled. Actually smiled, not the calibrated version, the real one, which he had not seen at full output before and which, he told me later, was significant, and I told him I didn't need the details and he gave me the details anyway. They stayed in the corner booth for a long time. Outside on the steps, Joy's shoulder was warm against mine. The stars were doing their winter thing. The cold was the clean kind, not the damp kind, the kind that feels honest rather than punishing. I did not have a plan for what came next. I had a direction, which was enough. I had sat on the bench for 14 months making plans, and the plans had all been about staying still. I was done with plans that kept me in one place. Her voice, when she spoke, was quiet and aimed at the stars. "They won," she said. "Yes," I said. "You should be in there celebrating." "I'm working on it," I said. She turned her head and looked at me. The loose ribbons fell across her shoulder. Her expression was the one I had come to understand as hers, not the performance version, the real one. The one that had been showing up more often over the past weeks, the one with the sadness in it and the real warmth in it and the specific quality of someone who had decided to be present for their own life instead of performing it. "How's the shoulder?" she said. "Bruised," I said. "Functional." "He did it on purpose," she said. "Yes," I said. "It's being handled." She nodded. Looked back at the stars. "Accountability," I said. "Institutional. Documented. Briggs has it." "Good," she said. "Just that. Not I'm glad or finally or any of the things that came loaded. Just the clean single word." We sat there. The celebration went on inside. The winter stars were very present. Our shoulders were touching and neither of us had moved in a long time, and I thought, this is what I retrieved sticky notes from the trash for. This exact specific thing. 2 people on cold steps saying nothing and it being enough. "I have something that belongs to you," I said. She looked at me. I reached into my jacket pocket. She looked at what I put on the step between us. The gold glitter pen. The one she had left on my gear bag on week 1. The one I had thrown away and retrieved and thrown away again and retrieved again, 4 times total, for reasons that had taken me weeks to arrive at and approximately 2 seconds to accept once I got there. She stared at it. Then she picked it up and laughed. I want to describe that laugh correctly so it doesn't get lost. It was the one from the library in week 3, the surprised, unmanufactured one that had come up before she could make a decision about it, but fuller. Richer. The laugh of someone who has been through something and come out the other side still capable of it, which is a different and better laugh than the one that hasn't been tested yet. It lasted a few seconds. She pressed her hand over her mouth at the end of it, the same way she had the first time, which was not because she was embarrassed but because it was a reflex, the old reflex, the contain it reflex, the one she'd told me about at 2 a.m. She didn't need to contain it. I didn't say that. I didn't have to. She lowered her hand after a moment and let the last of it go where it wanted to go, and I watched her do it and I thought, there she is. The real one. I leaned forward. She went still. I pressed my forehead against hers. That was all. No more than that, our foreheads together in the cold December air, our breath mixing in the space between us, her hand loose around the glitter pen and my shoulder aching with the clean ache of something used rather than damaged. She exhaled. Long and slow, the exhale of someone who has been carrying something at full tension for a very long time and has finally found somewhere safe to set it down. We stayed like that. The winter stars were above us. The celebration was inside. Somewhere across the parking lot a door opened and then, after a pause of about 3 seconds, very quietly closed again. Simone's voice, distant and doing an excellent impression of someone who had not seen anything. Nope. Then footsteps retreating. Joy's forehead was warm against mine. I stayed. End of. Chapter 23. Without the performance. POV, Joy. We stayed on the steps until the cold made staying impractical. Not uncomfortable, cold is not automatically uncomfortable when the person next to you is generating warmth and neither of you has made a compelling case for moving. We stayed until the specific point where my fingers had gone past numb into the kind of cold that starts to be a fact rather than a sensation, and Nix noticed before I said anything, which is a thing he did, noticed things before they were announced, filed them, acted on them without fanfare. He said, "You're cold." "A little," I said. He stood up. Offered his hand. I took it. That was the whole thing. No production. No moment manufactured around the gesture. We stood up from the steps in the December cold and he kept my hand and we walked, and the walking felt like the most natural continuation of everything that had been building since week 1 of a project I had chosen for all the wrong reasons and arrived at the right destination anyway. We walked around the building and away from the celebration and toward the quieter part of campus, the east path that ran behind the library, the one nobody used at night in December because the main paths were heated and this one wasn't. The cold was honest here. The stars were visible without the competition of the building lights. We walked for a while without talking. Then he said, "Tell me." I knew what he meant. Not the project, not Blake, not the shoulder or the game or the bets app or any of the small story pieces. The big story. The one underneath all of those. I told him. Not the edited version. Not the eulogy version I had given at the service that my aunt had called so beautiful and so composed while I stood there in black and filed composed under the heading of things I was doing instead of falling apart. Not the clinical version I had given Dr. Park in the early sessions, before she learned to see through clinical. The real version. My mother's hands. Specifically her hands. I started there, with the particular memory of them making bread on Sunday mornings, the knuckles and the flour and the specific motion of it, because that's where the real version started, with the ordinary physical details of a person who is no longer present that your body keeps trying to find. I told him about 2 years of the illness going in stages, and how each stage had its own adjustment and I had made each adjustment without stopping to ask if I was allowed to not adjust, if there was a version of this where I got to fall apart like everyone else in my family instead of being the wall they leaned on. I told him about the anger. That was the hardest part. Not because I hadn't said it before, I had said it to Dr. Park, to Simone, to my own ceiling at 3 a.m. on more nights than I counted. But saying it to Nix felt different because Nix did not offer comfort in the way most people offered comfort, which is to say he didn't rush to close the space around it. He just let it be there, the anger, out in the December air between us, not smaller for being named and not larger either. Just the right size. I told him about picking him. All of it, the real why, the grief recognizes grief of it, the way I had built a story in my head about altruism and good intentions and had used that story to do something true for the wrong named reasons. I told him I was not ashamed of it. I was done performing the version of myself that only made clean choices for clean reasons. I had picked him from a messy place, and the thing that grew out of it had been real anyway, which was its own complicated grace. He walked beside me and he listened the way he listened to everything, fully, without the performance of listening, without the nods and the mm's and the visible labor of a person demonstrating their attentiveness. He just received it. All of it. The way the ice received his weight, completely, without negotiating about how much. When I finished, we were at the far end of the east path where it curved back toward the library. The stars were clearest here, no building lights for a good 50 yards in either direction. We stopped. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "The draft projections. 3 teams." I knew about it the same way athletes know about things, through the system, through the specific way coaches start talking to you differently, through the scouts at games who don't make eye contact because they're performing impartiality. He looked at the path ahead of us. I wanted it. I want to be clear about that because I spent a year pretending I was indifferent to everything, and the pretending got easier over time and I almost believed it. He paused. I wanted it more than I had ever wanted anything. And the injury was, the physical part healed. The surgeon told me it would take 7 months, and it took 7 months, and everything the shoulder is supposed to do it did again. He stopped. But the wanting, after that, the wanting felt like a liability. Like the injury had proved that the thing I loved most was also the thing most capable of being taken from me. So I took it from myself first. 14 months of taking it from myself first. I looked at his profile in the winter dark. The line of his jaw. The specific quality of stillness he had, not the closed-off stillness of someone who had pulled everything in, but the other kind, the kind that had room in it. The specific flavor of it, he said. Quieter. Of deciding it's safer to not want something than to want it and lose it. I thought it was protection. It was just loneliness with better architecture. He looked at me. We were both running the same play, he said. Just in different directions. I stood there in the December cold with this person who had retrieved things from trash cans without knowing why and left coffee outside doors without leaving his name and said you don't have to be at 2 a.m. to a girl who had been performing fine so long she'd forgotten what the word was supposed to mean. This person who had watched me from the end of a bench with flat dark eyes and one headphone off and had seen through me in 22 minutes and had been paying attention ever since without making a production of the paying attention. Toward each other, though, I said. The directions. He looked at me for a moment. Something moved through his expression, the slow, clean movement of a person arriving somewhere they have been trying to reach for a long time. His hand went into his jacket pocket. He held out the glitter pen. Not the sticky note version, the actual pen, gold-barreled, slightly worn at the clip where it had been in his pocket since I left it on his gear bag on day 1 of a project I had chosen for all the wrong reasons. The pen I had put in his space as a small bright flag that said, I was here. I chose you. You don't have to do anything with that, but I want you to know. He had not thrown it away. He had kept it through everything, the headphones and the closed covers and the 2-day silences and the benches and the 2 a.m. ice sessions and the shoulder and the fear and the 14 months of choosing to be exactly invisible enough that wanting things couldn't find him. He had kept it. He put it on my knee. The laugh came up from the same place it always came from when he was responsible for it, below the decision-making layer, below the management system, from the part of me that had been responding to him since he said that's not a witness, that's the prosecution across a library table and made me laugh with my hand over my mouth in the quiet 3rd floor. It lasted longer this time. Fuller. The laugh of a person who has been through something real and is still here and is still capable of this specific sound, which is not a small thing. The capacity to laugh fully after the hard part is not a small thing, and I was not going to perform modesty about having it. I pressed my hand over my mouth at the end of it, old reflex. Then I lowered my hand. I let the last of it go. He watched me do it. His expression was, I don't have a word for it. It was the expression of someone who has been looking at a closed window for a long time and has just watched it come open. He leaned forward. His forehead came to rest against mine. The December air between us. Our breath. The winter stars doing their patient, ancient thing above us. His hand still holding the space between us, not closing it, not pushing, just there. Present. The way he had been present, from the beginning, in the specific quiet way of someone who showed up and stayed rather than someone who arrived loudly. I closed my eyes. I thought about my mother's kitchen on a Sunday morning. The radio too low. The light through the window over the sink. Her voice from the other room, slightly rough, the early hours belonging to her. I thought, she would have liked him. Not because he was warm, he was not warm in the way people typically mean warm. She would have liked him because he was honest. Because he noticed small things and kept them. Because he had watched me from the end of a bench and seen through the performance and stayed anyway, not to fix it, just to be there while I figured out how. She would have said, that one is going to tell you the truth even when you don't ask for it. She would have said it like it was a compliment. It was. My eyes were still closed. His forehead was warm against mine. The cold was around us but not between us. From somewhere across the parking lot, I don't know how far, the distance distorted in the winter air, the sound of footsteps. Then Simone's voice. Close enough to hear, far enough to be polite. Nope. A pause. The footsteps retreating at a slightly faster pace than they'd arrived. I felt Nix's forehead move against mine, a small motion, a controlled motion, the specific motion of someone whose mouth has done something they are managing. She saw us, I said. Yes, he said. She's going to be unbearable about it. Yes, he said. She's going to tell Dex. She already told Dex, he said. They're at the cafe. I opened my eyes. He was right there. The dark eyes, the face that had gone from a closed door to this, open, present, the version of him he kept locked away that I had been catching in glimpses for months and was now looking at directly. Hi, I said. Hi, he said. The winter stars were above us. The celebration was still inside. The campus was doing its December thing around us, quiet at the edges, warm at the center, the last week of the semester winding down toward the break. I held the glitter pen. He stayed where he was. We had time. End of. Chapter 24. Break. POV, Nix. The physical therapist's name was Dr. Osei, and she had the specific quality of patience that comes from years of working with athletes who arrive at her office either too early, when the injury is fresh and the ego is intact and they are certain they will be the exception to every recovery timeline, or too late, when the injury has healed and the psychological damage has calcified around it and the real work is not the shoulder at all. I was the second kind. She did not say this. She reviewed my file, reviewed the surgical notes, reviewed the clearance documentation from 14 months ago, and then she looked at me across her desk with the expression of a person who has read between the lines of a chart and found the actual story. You've been cleared for over a year, she said. Yes, I said. And you've been playing. Bench minutes, I said. Recently, first line. 6 weeks. How does it feel? Functional, I said. The ache is muscular. Nothing structural. She nodded. Made a note. And why now? The appointment. I thought about how to answer that. Not the short version, I was done with the short version of things, the one that gave people just enough to stop asking. I had been short versioning myself for 14 months and the long version had been sitting there the whole time, getting heavier. Because I stopped doing it on purpose, I said. The bench. I stopped choosing it. And I want to make sure I'm doing everything correctly now that I'm back, not reactively, not just responding to symptoms. Proactively. I looked at her desk. I want to be ahead of it for once instead of behind it. She looked at me for a moment. Then she wrote something in my file that I didn't try to read. That's the right reason to be here, she said. We worked for an hour. Mobility assessment, strength testing, range of motion through the full spectrum of motion a first-line center needs. The shoulder held through everything she asked it. She noted the compensation patterns I had developed, small adjustments the body makes when it's protecting something, habits that form over months of hesitation, and she told me which ones would need deliberate attention and which ones would resolve naturally as the hesitation resolved. The physical compensations are minor, she said at the end. The body does what it needs to do. She looked up. How's the other kind? I said, better than it was. She said, good. She made another note. Same time next week. Same time next week, I said. I walked out of her office into the December afternoon and I felt the specific quality of a day that has done something real in it, not dramatically, not announced, Just solid. A thing completed that needed completing. A door opened from the inside by a person who made the choice to open it, for their own reasons, on their own timeline. I was getting good at those. 3 weeks after the championship and Hartwell was winding down toward break with the specific energy of a campus on its last week of the semester, tired and relieved and slightly unreal, the way places get when the thing everyone was building toward has resolved and nobody quite knows what to do with their hands in the aftermath. The library was quieter. The cafe line was shorter. The athletic center had the subdued atmosphere of a building that had peaked and was now operating in the pleasant aftermath of the peak. Joy had left a sticky note on my gear bag that morning. PT today, be kind to it. It held J. Below the text, the small sun. 5 even rays. She still drew it the same way she had on day 1, which I had never commented on and which I had spent 3 weeks being aware of. I took the note off the bag. Put it in my jacket pocket. I did not pretend not to know why. My mother called at 7. I was at my desk with the door open, which was new, the specific new of the past 3 weeks where the apartment felt different with the door open and I had started leaving it that way as a small deliberate practice, and Rasputin was on the chair by the window with his opinions, and Dex was in his room on the phone with Simone, which I knew because he had been on the phone with Simone every night for 3 weeks and had the specific glow of a person in the early stage of something he is trying to manage with more composure than he actually has. I answered on the second ring. Nikita, she said. Hi, Mama. How is the shoulder? PT went well, I said. Dr. Osei is good. She found the compensation patterns. We're working on them. Good. A pause. And the team? Strong finish to the season. Briggs has me on the spring roster, first line, full commitment. Blake transferred. Good, she said again. A different good than the shoulder one. The one that meant, I know what that person did and I'm not sorry about the outcome. My mother has always been efficient about people who harm the things she loves. Another pause. The comfortable kind, she was doing something else while she talked, I could hear the faint sound of her kitchen in the background. Her evenings were filled with small domestic sounds that I had been hearing on phone calls for 3 years and which landed in me the way familiar sounds always landed, which was, home. This is what home sounds like. Tell me about her, my mother said. I had been telling her in pieces. Russian, English, across the weeks since the championship, in the incremental way information gets shared when you're still in the middle of the thing you're reporting on and the shape of it keeps shifting. She knew the outline. The project, the library, the coffee left outside a door, the 2 a.m. truth-telling, the steps of the athletic center in December with forehead against forehead and the winter stars doing their thing. She knew the outline. She had been waiting for the full version with the patience of a woman who had been waiting out my silences since I was 4 years old. I told her. In English, this time. I don't know why English, I hadn't planned it, the language just came out, and when I noticed it I didn't switch. Maybe because the English version of this was the version that existed in the present, in the place where I actually lived, in the language I used for the day-to-day machinery of my life. The Russian version of things was the version I kept for the things too large for my daily vocabulary. Joy was not too large for my daily vocabulary. She was exactly the right size for it. I told her about the sticky notes. The cafe with the broken machine. The library table she'd found through Dex, which I was no longer bothering to be annoyed about. The headphones she had tapped with a pen on day 1 because it was the most obvious solution and she was a person who went directly to the most obvious solution without making a production of it. I told her about You Don't Have to Be, said at 2 a.m. to a girl who had been performing fine for 18 months and had been waiting without knowing it for someone to say she didn't have to. I told her about a gold glitter pen retrieved from the trash 4 times. My mother was quiet when I finished. A specific quiet, not the absence of response but the presence of someone who has just received something real and is sitting with it properly before answering. Then she said, "She sounds like trouble." "Yes," I said. A pause. I could hear her smile in it, not performed, the actual smile, the one she had when she was about to say the true thing. "The best kind," she said. I thought about Joy on the steps of the athletic center, ribbons down, face tilted up at the winter stars. Joy at 2 a.m. in a library going still in a way I had never seen her go still. Joy's laugh in a quiet third floor when I had not been trying to be funny, and the laugh came up anyway, involuntary, real. Joy putting her hand over her mouth and then, slowly, choosing not to. "I think so," I said. My mother made a sound. Small, soft, the kind that is almost nothing and means everything. "I'm glad, Nikita," she said. We talked about ordinary things after that, her garden, my cousin's news, whether I was eating properly, which is a question she has been asking since I left home at 18 and which she will probably still be asking when I am 40, and I will still be giving the same slightly evasive answer. The comfortable layer of a conversation that has already done its real work. I said goodbye. She said she loved me. I said it back and meant it fully and didn't have to decide anything about the meaning. I put my phone down. Rasputin opened one eye from the chair. "It's fine," I told him. He closed the eye. I got my jacket. My keys. My book, cover facing out, which had been the new configuration for 3 weeks and which I had noticed Joy noticing and had not commented on and did not plan to comment on. Some things didn't need commentary. Some things were just the new fact of how a thing was. I went to meet her at the cafe. The Bets app posted its final update at 8:15 that evening. I know the exact time because Dex sent me the screenshot while I was walking across campus, with a message that said, "Someone on this app is a poet and should not be wasted on anonymous gambling," and then 3 crying laughing emojis which I did not respond to but which I read twice. The post was from the original anonymous account that had started the whole wager on day 1, the same username, the same posting style, the account that had opened the original bet and had apparently been watching the whole arc from the first week to the final outcome and had decided to close it out. It read: "Final ruling, Callaway/Vasiliev Spirit Project bet, original question, who breaks first? After extensive observation, deliberation, and review of all available evidence, the judges are prepared to issue the following verdict." Both of them. Simultaneously. The judges award full points to the cheerleader for technical difficulty and consistency of execution across a challenging semester. The benchwarmer's improvement trajectory is noted and acknowledged as exceptional given the starting conditions. Refunds are available to anyone who bet on a single-party outcome, as the correct answer was always a tie. The house wins nothing, which is the only correct result. Thank you for participating. The Pucking Perfect thread is now closed. It was, genuinely, something. I put my phone in my pocket and I walked into the campus cafe. Joy was already in the corner booth. Of course she was. She was always there before me. I had stopped being unsettled by this and started being something else about it entirely, which was a shift in category I had made and was not going to over-examine. She had her notebook open and the gold glitter pen moving in the margins and her coffee on the table in front of her. The cafe had the comfortable near-closing atmosphere it got after 8, warm, quieter, the overhead music at a level where you could hear it without it being a presence. I got coffee. Sat down across from her. The coffee machine was still broken. The coffee came out the same way it had always come out, thin, slightly acidic, not what either of us would choose if the machine were functioning at full capacity. We had been drinking it every week for a semester and neither of us had commented on it since week 2 and we were not going to comment on it now. I drank it. She drank hers. I opened my book. Cover facing out. It had been facing out for 3 weeks. Not announced, not made into a moment, just flipped, one Tuesday, and left that way. The cover was a dark navy with the title in white and nothing about it was remarkable except the direction it faced. Joy's pen slowed in her notebook margin. I kept reading. Her pen stopped. I turned a page. Progress, she said. I did not look up. I did not respond. I read the paragraph I was on, which I retained, which was different from the early weeks when I read the same paragraph multiple times and the words moved through without landing because something else was taking up the available space. The available space was still occupied. It was just occupied differently now, not by resistance or by calculation or by the background processing of someone trying to manage a situation. By something quieter. Something that felt like the word here, said simply and without qualification. I was here. The corner booth. The broken machine. The gold pen. The notebook margins. The specific warmth of a space where 2 people had been sitting across from each other for long enough that the table between them had its own history now, Bad coffee and sticky notes and 22-minute readings and 2 a.m. truths and a glitter pen that had been to the trash and back 4 times and was currently in the hand of the person who had left it on a gear bag on day 1 of a project she had chosen for complicated reasons and arrived somewhere real anyway. The corner of my mouth did something. Not a smile, not the full production of a smile, which I had never been generous with and which I was not going to suddenly start dispensing freely because the semester had gone a certain way. Something smaller. The fractional movement of a face that is containing something it is not entirely unhappy to be containing. A flash from across the cafe. I looked up. Dex was in a booth on the far side with Simone, who was watching him with the expression she used when he was doing something she found simultaneously exasperating and worth keeping, which was, based on 3 weeks of observation, most of the time. He had his phone out and the look of someone who had just done something irrevocable and was completely at peace with it. "He photographed you," Joy said. She was watching me with the gold pen loose in her fingers and the expression that meant she was finding something genuinely funny and was letting herself find it. "I know," I said. "He's posting it," she said. "I know," I said. "To the Bets app," she said. I looked at her. She looked at me. The broken machine behind the counter was doing its inadequate best. Outside the cafe window the campus was doing its last week of semester thing, winding down, the lights on in the library and the athletic center and the dormitory windows spread out across the dark campus like the specific evidence of people still here, still present, still going. "Let him," I said. She picked up her pen. Went back to her notebook. The gold marker moved in the margin, some note, some annotation, some small piece of her thought made permanent on a page. I went back to my book. Cover facing out. Dex posted the photo with the caption, "This is what winning looks like." By the time we left the cafe an hour later it had 200 upvotes. Neither of us checked. End of. Epilogue. 6 months later. POV, Joy, then Nix. Joy. The grave is in a cemetery 20 minutes from the house where I grew up. I have been here 4 times since the funeral. Twice in the first year, the first time dragged there by the gravitational pull of obligation, the second time by something I didn't have a name for yet. Once in the spring, alone, which I don't count as one of the real times because I sat in my car for 40 minutes and didn't get out. And now, on a Thursday in June, with the summer doing its warm and unhurried thing and the trees fully leafed out over the stone paths and no obligation, no requirement, nothing pulling me here except the simple fact that I wanted to come. I wanted to come. That was new. I had brought nothing, no flowers, no performance of the right grief accessories. I sat on the small stone bench nearby and I looked at her name and I talked, which I had not done at any of the previous 3 visits because talking felt like the version of here I hadn't been ready for yet. I was ready now. The semester was a lot, I said. To the stone, to the air, to whatever version of her existed in the space between those things. I know I said that on the phone to Dad and he passed it along, but the summary version leaves out the details and the details are where it actually happened. The summer trees moved slightly. The cemetery was quiet in the way places are quiet when quiet is their whole job. I told her about the Spirit Project. Not the official version, the real one, the version where I had picked a boy with headphones and a book facing inward because I recognized something in him and called it altruism and meant it and was also using it. I told her about the library and the coffee and the sticky notes and the 2 a.m. truth-telling and the steps of the athletic center in December with forehead against forehead and winter stars. I told her about Dr. Park. The real sessions, not the ones I used to go to and perform wellness at, the sessions I went to now where I said the actual thing and sat with the actual response and did not redirect when the conversation got close to the places that needed to be gotten close to. I told her I was in proper therapy now. Not the standing appointment I had treated as a maintenance check. Actual work. It was harder and I was better for it and I thought she would have liked that distinction. I told her about Simone and Dex, which made me smile because the 2 of them together had the specific quality of a situation where 2 extremely competent people had simultaneously lost all their competence in the presence of each other and were rebuilding from scratch, which was charming and slightly chaotic and I loved them both for it. I told her about the glitter pen. "It's in his pocket right now," I said. "Wherever he is. He carries it. He doesn't announce that he carries it, but I know because I've seen it in his jacket pocket 3 times and he hasn't offered an explanation and I haven't asked for one." I paused. That's the whole thing, actually. That's what the whole story is. A person who carries things without explaining why. The June air moved through the trees. I sat with the quiet for a while. Then I said, I think you would have liked him. Not easily, I don't think you did anything easily, which I inherited, and I'm choosing to see that as a compliment to both of us. But eventually. After he said something dry and specific and true that made you stop what you were doing and look at him for a second. I thought about it. He would have gotten one of your real laughs within the first 20 minutes. And then you would have approved of him and never said so directly, and he would have known anyway because he notices everything. I smiled. The smile was the real one. I sat for a little while longer. Not performing the visit, not processing it towards some useful conclusion. Just there, in the summer warmth, with my mother's name in stone and the trees overhead and the ordinary sounds of a June afternoon going on around us. Then I stood up. I took my phone out of my pocket. Held it up, my own face in the frame, the grave sight behind me, the expression I was wearing which was sad and fine and peaceful all at the same time in the specific combination that meant I was here. I came because I wanted to. I can hold both of those things. I took the picture. I sent it. Told her about you. She said you sound like trouble. I walked back down the stone path toward my car. The June day was warm and unhurried. I was unhurried too. NYX. The Hartwell rink in summer has a specific quality that the winter version doesn't. In winter the rink is a controlled climate surrounded by cold, the inside temperature and the outside temperature reach for each other through the walls and the result is a kind of siege, the ice holding itself against the pressure of the season. In summer the ice is the only cold thing for a mile in any direction. It exists against its surroundings rather than with them. It holds itself by pure intention. I find that more honest, not less. I had been on the ice for 40 minutes when my phone buzzed on the boards. I don't usually bring it to the ice. The boards and the bag and the early morning summer session were mine, uninterrupted, no obligations, the specific quality of a body doing the thing it was built to do in the space that had always been the most honest one I knew. I had brought it today because Joy was back home for the week and the distance had the specific texture of a thing I was aware of without wanting to be dramatic about it. I was aware of it. I skated to the boards. Picked up the phone. A photo. Her face, slightly angled, the selfie position, the one she used when she was documenting something rather than posing for it. Behind her, a cemetery. Summer trees. A stone path. Her expression was the one I had come to know as the truest version of her face, not the performance version, not the smile for everyone version, not even the 2 a.m. unguarded one. This one had been built recently, over months of work I had watched her do from the outside and occasionally from close enough to feel sad in it and fine in it and present in it all at once. Told her about you. She said you sound like trouble. I stood at the boards of an empty summer rink and looked at that photo. I thought about what it had cost her to get there, not to the cemetery, to the expression. To the place where you can go to a grave because you want to rather than because you're supposed to. To the place where the smile at the end of it is real. I typed, she's right. Sent. I looked at the photo again. Then I typed the second message. I typed it faster than I usually typed anything, with the specific confidence of a thing that has been true for long enough that hesitating over it would be a performance I was no longer interested in. Tell her I'll take care of you. I stared at the words for a moment. Not second-guessing them. Just looking at them, at the fact of them existing in a text message sent by me to a person I had spent the first weeks of knowing her trying to discourage, failing to discourage, retrieving sticky notes from trash cans in the dark of my own apartment without remembering the retrieval, standing in stairwell windows until she turned a corner and then standing there longer. I sent it. I put the phone down on the boards. I pushed off and skated. The Bets app, for the record, retired the Pucking Perfect thread sometime in the spring. It now exists in the Hall of Fame section, a subsection the app had apparently created for wagers that had achieved a kind of campus mythology, the ones people still brought up months later as examples of the form. The Pucking Perfect entry was listed under the category the original poster had given it in the closing statement. Impossible odds, unexpected outcomes, and the kind of love that starts with someone who won't leave you alone. I read this on my phone while I was cooling down after the skate, sitting on the boards with my water and my shoulder aching cleanly and the summer ice doing its summer thing around me. I read it twice. She would love it, I thought. Not the Bets app specifically, She would have complicated feelings about the months of anonymous campus surveillance, which she had expressed and which I had found fair. But that description, that specific wording, the kind of love that starts with someone who won't leave you alone. She would read it and do the laugh. The surprised one. The hand over the mouth one that she was learning to not cover anymore. She would say, "That's us." And I would say yes. And I would mean it in the specific way I had been learning to mean things without qualifying them first, without building a case for the meaning before I allowed it, without the 14 months of armor that had kept the cold out and everything else along with it. Yes. That was us. The ice was quiet around me. The summer rink held itself by intention against the heat outside. My phone sat on the boards with 2 sent messages and an unread reply that had come in while I was finishing the last lap. I had felt the buzz and kept skating, because the message was there and would keep being there and the skating deserved its own complete ending. I picked up the phone. Her reply, she says she already knew. Then, after a second, so did I. Then, the ice misses you. I don't miss you, obviously. The ice does. Then, I miss you. Then, don't make it weird. I sat on the boards of a summer rink in an empty arena and I read those messages and the corner of my mouth did the thing it had been doing more frequently since December, not a full smile, not performed, just the specific involuntary movement of a face that is containing something it has no complaint about containing. I typed back Thursday. A pause. Then, I know. I have a sticky note ready. Then, gold marker. Don't get too comfortable. I put my phone in my bag. I looked at the ice one more time, at the marks my edges had left in the clean summer surface, the evidence of an hour of a body doing what it was built to do in the space that had always been the most honest one available. Home, I thought. Not just the ice. Not just the building. The word had gotten larger recently. More rooms in it. A library table on the 3rd floor. A corner booth with a broken coffee machine. A set of steps facing a loading dock on the east side of the athletic center where 2 people had sat in December with their foreheads together and the winter stars doing their patient ancient thing above them. Home. I picked up my bag. I walked out into the summer. End of. Author's note. Dear reader. Thank you for spending your time with this story. When I first imagined these characters, I wanted to write about people who understand pressure, the kind that comes from the outside, from family, from expectations, and what happens when the walls they've built start cracking open. This story is about the courage it takes to be seen. Not the curated version. The real one. The messy, imperfect, terrified one. I hope that resonated with you. If this book made you feel something, I'd be grateful if you left a review. Reviews help readers find stories like this, and every one means the world to me. With gratitude. Nadia Stormwood. Acknowledgements. Every book begins with a quiet question. I'm grateful to everyone who helped me find the answer. To my readers, you took a chance on this story, and I couldn't be more thankful. Your messages, your reviews, your enthusiasm, they fuel every late-night writing session. To anyone who has ever built something from nothing, a career, a relationship, a second chance, this one's for you. And to the cold coffee that got me through every draft, you were terrible, and I wouldn't change a thing. About the author. Nadia Stormwood writes emotionally charged contemporary romance that lives in the space between heartbreak and hope. She believes the best love stories start with 2 people who are certain they want nothing to do with each other. When not writing, she can be found drinking coffee that went cold hours ago and arguing about sports with strangers on the internet. She lives with 2 cats who judge her word count daily.